I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny
Learning Curve, everyone, by my multi-talented brother-in-law, Brian Dro. His website is in the description of the video. Please check it out. I'm sure he would appreciate hearing from you if you're interested in his music. And as I have said before, Learning Curve is the title track off of his, I believe, his first album. It Matters Not. He's got two, so you have a 50-50 chance of getting the first one right. Anyway, who are we here? Welcome to All Hat No Cattle. I am Hat. And as I screwed up the opening here, let's just say that All Hat No Cattle and AHNC for short. If you have to search for the channel sometime, type in AHNC and look for the anthropomorphic hat. You found it. What are we doing here today? What are we doing here today with the great King James sitting in? We're going to be reading the final edition, the final chapter, excuse me, of the IG DOJ report, or is it DOJ IG report? I believe it's the latter, by Michael Horowitz on the FBI's FISA abuses directed against one Carter Page. And the Rogues Gallery, again to our left, I mixed it up just a little bit today. Same images, different order. At the top, we have smiling super patriot, all-around liar and bad guy James Comey, former director of the FBI, and also known now as the former and disgraced director of the FBI. Below him, the man whose life he did everything he could to ruin, one Carter Page, patriot, and former CIA, not operative, but source. And at the bottom here, a little scrunched up, but still, we have the Inspector General of the Department of Justice, Michael Horowitz, who has been very busy these last few years detailing all of the illegal machinations of Comey and his FBI. I've read 3 IG reports directly related to Comey's actions with the FBI, or at the FBI if you prefer. The IG report on the mid-year exam investigation, which of course was the one looking into Hillary Clinton. I read that last year on my Hats Guerrilla News channel, which is pretty much defunct. There's been no activity on it for months and months and months. And it's not a very good reading either. I think I really need to go back and do it again properly. But that's another story. Then came the IG report on Comey's actions when it came to his leaking of classified material, both as director and then after he was fired, leaking his notes about his meetings with Donald Trump, notes that he never took with Barack Obama, and then gave them to a lawyer friend of his, also a university instructor, professor, whatever, who then leaked those to the New York Times. This was a complete setup designed to get the special counsel appointed. They had Rod Rosenstein in their pockets, so they knew it would happen, and it happened immediately. And if you look at the timeline, you realize that the entire thing was a setup. And lastly, this report right here, the one on the abuses against all-around good guy and true patriot Carter Page. So today, we will be reading Chapter 12, which is the final chapter in the FISA report, and then there are 2 appendices attached to it that detail some of the nefarious lies, omissions, and half-truths that the FBI used to keep not only an initial FISA warrant in their pocket, but 3 subsequent renewals when they never had a freaking thing against Page, ever. So we're almost done, folks. We started this, by the way, back on December 9th and took, 10 days off for the Christmas and New Year's break. So we're having fun. That's very kind of you, King James. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. I don't know if I am that unique, but I am certainly trying to do my best to bring all of these things to the record so people can hear them if they just care to listen, or can read along with Mitch if they join the streams live. And of course, if you do join the stream live, please consider joining the chat, as it is a very lively and very knowledgeable chat. And we also have some people in there who drop in the odd joke bomb that causes me to crack up for 30 seconds at a time. You know who I'm talking about. All right. And of course, King James is one of the kindest members of the chat. Wished Picasso Knows and I a very, very happy Christmas and New Year, and we really appreciated it. If only YouTube would have let me reciprocate it, but that's another story entirely. All right, let's dive into it. Let's see if we can put this all behind us. Chapter 12, Conclusions and Recommendations. 1, Roman numeral 1, Conclusions. In July 2016, 3 weeks after then FBI Director James Comey announced the conclusion of the FBI's mid-year exam investigation into presidential candidate Hillary Clinton's handling of government emails during her tenure as Secretary of State, the FBI received reporting from a friendly foreign government, FFG, that in a May 2016 meeting, and this, let's just say right off, the FFG is Australia, and they're specifically referring to, if you hadn't heard before, High Commissioner to Great Britain from Australia, their version of the chief diplomat or ambassador, Alexander Downer. So this whole FFG stuff is hilarious because everyone who's paid any attention to this story whatsoever knows that the FFG is Australia and the person specifically is Alexander Downer. There are a number of instances in this report where things are referred to by code names or euphemisms, or they're outright redacted when we know all of it already. It's amazing just the lengths that Horowitz went to in some instances to hide what's going on. I don't know why. Anyway, continuing, a May 2016 meeting with Alexander Downer, Trump campaign foreign policy advisor George Papadopoulos, quote, suggested the Trump team had received some kind of a suggestion, close quote, from Russia that it could assist in the election process with the anonymous release of information during the campaign that would be damaging to candidate Clinton and President Obama. Notice the weasel words, suggested, some kind of a suggestion, no specifics in it whatsoever. Days later, continuing, on July 31, the FBI initiated the Crossfire Hurricane investigation that is the subject of this report. And if you know anything about this, you know that this investigation had already started. The FBI was just looking for any kind of a predicate to hang an official start date on. And this thinnest of reports from an Australian diplomat was all they had, but they ran with it. Continuing, as we noted last year in our review of the mid-year investigation, the FBI has developed and earned a reputation as one of the world's premier law enforcement agencies, in significant part because of its tradition of professionalism, impartiality, non-political enforcement of the law, and adherence to detailed policies, practices, and norms. If you don't remember, FBI, I believe, coined by J. Edgar Hoover, it stands for Federal Bureau of Investigations, but their motto is fidelity, integrity, bravery. Well, they were certainly brave enough to flout all of the rules and regulations regarding FISA warrants, as well as ripping the Constitution to shreds in the process. As far as fidelity and integrity, that went right out the window. John Hartman steps in, says hi. Horse racing. Who's the... Get the six up. Very good. Very good. Who's the hot pick today, John? Who's the pony you're looking at most closely? I'd love to know. I'll look at that in a second. Impartiality, non-political enforcement of the law. Continuing. It was precisely these qualities that were described as the FBI initiated and conducted Crossfire Hurricane. However, as we describe in this report, our review identified significant concerns with how certain aspects of the investigation were conducted and supervised, particularly the FBI's failure to adhere to its own Intelligence Surveillance Act, its own standards of accuracy and completeness when filing applications for FISA authority to surveil Carter Page, a U.S. person who was connected to the Donald J. Trump for President campaign. We also identified what we believe is an absence of sufficient policies to ensure appropriate department oversight of significant investigative decisions that could affect constitutionally protected activity. You're right, King James. Comey never did read that memo on integrity. He, I think the I to him stands for insouciance. Let's just use that word. Continuing. The opening of Crossfire Hurricane and the use of confidential human sources. The decision to open the Crossfire Hurricane investigation was made by the FBI's then Counterintelligence, or CD, Assistant Director Bill Priestap, and reflected a consensus reached after multiple days of discussions and meetings among senior FBI officials. We concluded that AD Priestap's exercise of discretion in opening the investigation was in compliance with Department and FBI policies, a finding that has been disputed by both Attorney General Barr and U.S. Attorney John Durham, who is investigating the investigators on his own, and unlike Horowitz, has the ability to impanel grand juries, issue subpoenas, have people arrested, and not only that, but as a minor note of that, able to interview people outside of the DOJ and FBI, which Horowitz cannot do. He's the IG for the DOJ, and he can only look at DOJ and DOJ-related individuals and practices and policies. He cannot go outside the scope of that. Durham, however, is interviewing people at the CIA, has interviewed people outside the U.S. government, foreign intelligence agencies, and will be looking very closely into the FBI and its personnel as well, possibly even going as far as to the executive branch, and by that I mean the Obama White House. So we'll see what happens. John says he's looking at the number 2 horse in the 7th at Gulfstream Park. Forgot his name. The name isn't important. You know which one he is, and you'll be able to, I'm sure, hit the quinella today. I bet you'll nail it. I have a feeling. Let's see, continuing. Let me just start that sentence over. We concluded that AD Priestap's exercise of discretion in opening the investigation was in compliance with Department and FBI policies, and we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivation influenced his decision. And let's just go right there. Horowitz did not find documentary or testimonial evidence, which means nobody wrote down, I can't wait to nail this bastard Trump. Sorry, kids' language. And this false start of an investigation should do the trick. Nobody wrote that down, and nobody said out loud to Horowitz or his investigators, yeah, we had really planned on nailing that B-word Trump to the wall, and so we flouted all the rules in order to get it done. That doesn't mean there was no bias. Horowitz has said as much in his Senate testimony that there was either, and I've repeated this before and I'll say it again, there was either gross negligence on the part of the FBI or inherent bias. And he said that was an either or. There was not a spectrum in between. So there's that. By the way, I do have to say, a little housekeeping here. We've been talking about different personalities on air, those we like and those we find a little bit less desirable to watch. And I've said fairly often about Sean Hannity, I love his work. I love the people around him. I like him. I like his passion. But he can, and I've said this, he can be repetitious. I got to thinking about that last night in relation to myself, and I realized I've been fairly repetitious during these past almost 2 months now, or a month, I should say, with some of my comments during the reading. I don't think anyone's objected to it out loud anyway, but you've probably noticed, and I just want to say I will withhold judgment on other people when I realize that I fit the same boat, or the same category, fit the same boat. So just so you know, I am aware of it, and I may not be able to stop it, but I will stop complaining about other people doing it. That's incorrect. That's not right. Continuing. While the and let's not remember that Priestap is no longer with the FBI. Continuing. While the information in the FBI's possession at the time was limited, in light of the low threshold established by Department and FBI predication policy, we found that Crossfire Hurricane was opened for an authorized investigative purpose and with sufficient factual predication. However, we also determined that, under Department and FBI policy, the decision whether to open the Crossfire Hurricane counterintelligence investigation, which involved the activities of individuals associated with a national major party campaign for president, was a discretionary judgment call left to the FBI. There was no requirement that department officials be consulted or even notified prior to the FBI making that decision. And again, department is shorthand in the DOJ for the Department of Justice. So Horowitz is saying that no one outside of some higher level attorneys in the FBI knew what was going on. Continuing, we further found that, consistent with this policy, the FBI advised supervisors in the department's National Security Division, or NSD. Oh, I've got this twisted a little bit here. Let me open this up a tad. Here we go. NSD of the investigation only after it had been initiated. As we detail in Chapter 2, high-level department notice and approval is required in other circumstances where investigative activity could substantially impact certain civil liberties, and that notice allows senior department officials to consider the potential constitutional and prudential implications in advance of these activities. We concluded that similar advance notice should be required in circumstances such as those that were present here. Shortly after the FBI opened the Crossfire Hurricane investigation, the FBI conducted several secretly recorded meetings between FBI spies and individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign, including a high-level campaign official who was not a subject of the investigation, and they're referring there to Sam Clovis, who was one of the main advisors to the president during the campaign. And y'all know what this means. Excuse me just a moment. It started already. Okay. That's kind of you, King James. Thank you. I know you're not complaining because you guys are very kind, but still, it is a fault, or at least a habit that I should not complain about in others. I shouldn't say fault. Habit is a better term. All right, Picasso knows it's going to come in with a Claritin in just a second. Let's see. Okay, next. Oh yeah, let's just, you may have, if you're reading along, you may have seen where it said conducted several consensually monitored meetings. Thank you, Picasso knows. Between FBI confidential human sources or spies and individuals affiliated with the Trump campaign. Consensually monitored meetings. If you weren't here before, that means that the FBI has an agreement with the spy that the meeting can be recorded. That's what the consensually part refers to. It does not refer to the subject of the investigation having consented to being recorded. They are recorded secretly. Therefore, I have stopped reading that as consensually monitored and put in the proper nomenclature, which is secretly recorded. Let this melt under my tongue. It goes pretty fast. I may have a bit of a speech impediment for a few seconds. Okay, continuing. We found that the spy operations, and that's confidential human source, screw with their spies, so there's that. We found that the spy operations received the necessary approvals under FBI policy, that an assistant director knew about and approved of each operation, even in circumstances where a first-level supervisory special agent could have approved the operations, and that the operations were permitted under Department and FBI policy because their use was not for the sole purpose of monitoring activities protected by the First Amendment or the lawful exercise of other rights secured by the Constitution or laws of the United States. They certainly violated Sam Clovis's rights, thereby violating the Trump campaign's rights. Continuing, we did not find, here it is again, any documentary or testimonial evidence that political bias or improper motivation influenced the FBI's decision to conduct these operations. Additionally, we found no evidence that the FBI attempted to place any spies within the Trump campaign, recruit members of the Trump campaign as spies, or task spies to report on the Trump campaign. Hopefully they'll mention the part about spies being in the Trump campaign already later on in this. Let's see. Continuing. However, we are concerned that, under applicable Department and FBI policy, it would have been sufficient for a first-level FBI supervisor to authorize the sensitive domestic spy operations undertaken in Crossfire Hurricane, and that there is no applicable Department or FBI policy requiring the FBI to notify department officials of a decision to task spies to secretly record conversations with members of a presidential campaign. Specifically, in Crossfire Hurricane, where one of the spy operations involved secretly recording a high-level official on the Trump campaign against Sam Clovis, who was not a subject of the investigation, and all of the operations had the potential to gather sensitive information of the campaign about protected First Amendment activity, we found no evidence that the FBI consulted with any department officials before conducting the spy operations, and no policy requiring the FBI to do so. As I've stated before, this is J. Edgar Hoover's FBI, still with us back in really the entire Obama administration and through the first several months of the Trump administration until the Mueller team took over and then tried to ruin Trump's life for over 2 years, or just under 2 years, excuse me. So basically, anyone associated with the campaign has probably been under surveillance since at least 2015. Certainly Papadopoulos and Flynn. And we know that a political operative for the DNC was investigating Manafort months before he was picked to be part of the campaign. Someone who has not been interviewed by anyone, including the House Intelligence Committee, while they were railroading Trump on their supposed impeachment inquiry, which was never voted on. Continuing. We therefore believe that current Department and FBI policies are not sufficient to ensure appropriate oversight and accountability when such operations potentially implicate sensitive, constitutionally protected activity, and that requiring department consultation at a minimum would be appropriate. Pardon me. Continuing. The FISA applications to conduct surveillance of Carter Page. Or another way to put that is the FISA applications to spy on Carter Page. One investigative tool for which Department and FBI policy expressly require advance approval by a senior department official is the seeking of a court order under the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, or FISA. When the Crossfire Hurricane team first proposed seeking a FISA order targeting Carter Page in mid-August 2016, FBI attorneys assisting the investigation considered it a quote-unquote close call whether they had developed the probable cause necessary to obtain the order, and a FISA order was not requested at that time. However, in September 2016, immediately after the Crossfire Hurricane team received reporting from Christopher Steele concerning Page's alleged recent activities with Russian officials, FBI attorneys advised the department that the team was ready to move forward with a request to obtain FISA authority to surveil Page. Two things here. One, how incredibly convenient and coincidental that Richard Steele provided to the FBI the exact information they needed to, quote, put them over the top, or as it's quoted later in this paragraph, push them over the line. The FBI, in other words, to get enough predicate to continue a new FISA application against Steele and ultimately receive the go-ahead from the FISA court. So there's that. The other thing is the FBI receives this information and within a couple of days uses it as the cornerstone for a FISA application. They did not try to vet any of the information in that report from Steele. They just ran with it. Later, they vetted it in January of 2017, months after the initial application, and after the first renewal was granted, found out that it was all basically bogus, all of it, and told the court nothing about it. Nothing. In fact, they lied about what they found out, and they continually lied about the veracity and the usefulness of Steele's prior reporting to the FBI. Okay, James raises an excellent point. Coordinated, pre-planned, delivered by John McCain. Yep, that's a very good point. Picasso Knows and I were just talking about this yesterday. The guy on McCain's team that Steele approached and handed the dossier to, fascinatingly enough, it doesn't matter his name. He was well known in Washington circles as a guy who handled sensitive information for McCain. Steele gave them reports, certain memos, that he did not give to the FBI. Yet he wanted McCain to specifically leak that stuff to the FBI and also to the media, which the McCain's office did with gusto and relish. We already had John Brennan briefing Harry Reid about the dossier in August, at least August of 2016, and then testifying in front of Congress that he never saw the dossier until December of 2016, when the intelligence community started putting together its assessment of Russian activity in the election and also Russian activity in the Trump campaign. Kramer, thank you, Picasso Knows. Yes, Kramer. 16 in all. I don't remember the exact number, King James. That's pretty close. Even if it's not completely accurate, I do believe it's accurate. That's what I'm trying to say. I just don't remember. And you read them. Good for you. Everyone should. And because I am the provocative public servant that I am, I read all of the Steele dossiers that I could find into the record a couple weeks ago, along with the Nunes memo regarding the FISA abuses by the FBI, the Schiff lying, mendacious response to the Schiff memo, which has been proven, except in one instance, to be utter fabrications up and down the page. And I also read, as a palate cleanser, as I say in the video, the Nunes offer of help to Schiff after the Intelligence Committee railroaded Trump to help him with his path towards rehabilitation. If you haven't seen that yet, I highly recommend you look for it, or at least watch the video. I do have fun with that particular part. Also knows, says Glenn Simpson has a vivid information he shared with Steele. That is an excellent point. John said that Steele has a vivid information. Let's not forget the proto-memos that were circulating around Washington well before the Steele reporting came out. And in many instances, the proto-memos look like they're seeds planted in Steele's imagination, allowing him to expand upon them in outrageous and in sometimes salacious ways. So, yeah, there are no good guys in this except for Carter Page and Devin Nunes and his team. Continuing. FBI and department officials told us the Steele reporting, quote, pushed the FISA proposal over the line, close quote, as I said, in terms of establishing probable cause. FBI leadership supported relying on Steele's reporting to seek a FISA order targeting Page after being advised of and giving consideration to concerns expressed by a department attorney that Steele may have been hired by someone associated with a rival candidate or campaign. Of course, we're talking about Bruce Orr. Continuing. The authority under FISA to conduct electronic surveillance and physical searches targeting individuals significantly assists the government's efforts to combat terrorism, clandestine intelligence activity, and other threats to the national security. At the same time, the use of this authority unavoidably raises civil liberties concerns. FISA orders can be used to surveil U.S. persons, like Carter Page, and in some cases, the surveillance will foreseeably collect information about the individual's constitutionally protected activities, such as Page's legitimate activities on behalf of a presidential campaign. Started out pretty dry again this morning. Maybe I should hydrate more in the previous evening. Continuing. Moreover, proceedings before the FISC, the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, which is responsible for ruling on applications for FISA orders, are ex parte, meaning that unlike most court proceedings, the government is present, but the government's counterparty is not. In addition, unlike the use of other intrusive investigative techniques, such as wiretaps under Title III and traditional criminal search warrants that are granted in ex parte hearings, but can potentially be subject to later court challenge, FISA orders have not been subject to scrutiny through subsequent adversarial proceedings. Exactly correct. It's all handled in-house. In other words, the foxes are guarding the chicken coop. The FISA court, as has been proved since 2001, doesn't give a damn about holding anyone who lies to it accountable. There has never been one FBI agent that we can find, or attorney, who has lied to the FISA court in the proceedings, in applications for a FISA warrant, who have been disciplined. Not even transferred, as far as we know. Certainly much less fired or brought up on criminal charges. Now, we do have one person in this report who has been referred to the DOJ for criminal prosecution, and that is Kleinsmith, the FBI lawyer, not a junior lawyer, but a fairly well-placed lawyer in this process, who altered a document to read 180 degrees from what the original intent was, changing it from Carter Page was helping the CIA, was working for the CIA at one point, to Carter Page was not ever working with the CIA. And that document was used as a keystone in the third and final FISA renewal application, which was granted. We'll have to see where John Durham goes with this and see how he handles getting this guy to roll over on other people by holding a jail sentence over his head. Continuing. In light of these concerns, Congress, through the FISA statute, and the Department and FBI, through policies and procedures, have established important safeguards to protect the FISA application process from irregularities and abuse. Among the most important are the requirements in FBI policy that every FISA application must contain a, quote, full and accurate, unquote, presentation of the facts, and that agents must ensure that all factual statements in FISA applications are, quote, scrupulously accurate, unquote. These are the standards for all FISA applications, all is underlined, regardless of the investigation's sensitivity, and it is incumbent upon the FBI to meet them in every application. That said, in the context of an investigation involving persons associated with a presidential campaign, where the target of the FISA is a former campaign official, we're quickly here, former, because Carter Page had left the campaign before the first FISA warrant was issued, because it had been leaked by the FBI that Page was under investigation. Despite the fact that Comey and McCabe and Strzok and the others have perpetuated the myth from the word go that they created a very upper level group of people to run the investigation into Carter Page, as to keep as many people out of the loop as possible in order to protect against leaks. No one bothered to tell them that James Comey and Andrew McCabe, and most likely Peter Strzok, leak like mesh in the bottom of a boat. Continuing. Same with Papadopoulos, by the way. He had been let go of the campaign, and they were still using his conversation, his supposed conversation with Alexander Downer, as part of the predicate for continuing the Carter Page FISA warrant over the course of another 8 months after the first one expired. 9 months. Okay, continuing. Involving persons associated with the presidential campaign, where the target of the FISA is a former campaign official, and the goal of the FISA is to uncover, among other things, information about the individual's allegedly illegal campaign-related activities, members of the Crossfire Hurricane investigation team should have anticipated, and told us they, in fact, did anticipate, that these FISA applications would be subjected to especially close scrutiny. In fact, as we've read previously, the NSD lawyer, who I refer to as the Dread Pirate Stu Evans, or Stuart Evans, said time and time again that the process didn't look good, that it would be very difficult to, support it after the fact if people looked into it, and that it would be very messy, I'm paraphrasing, for the FBI if people looked into what they had done. He was blown off. He also tried to get exculpatory information into the FISA applications, and his efforts resulted in a footnote, which is obvious that the judge never read, or that is obvious that the judge never read, and approved the application. Stu Evans tried his damnedest to make this process as fair as possible, and the only thing he was able to do was point out the deficiencies during the Horowitz investigation. And since he is a thorn in the side of the jerks, and that's a nice word for what I was thinking, a thorn in the side of the jerks who ran roughshod all over Carter Page's constitutional rights, I call him the Dread Pirate Stu Evans, as he is basically a nemesis, as was the Dread Pirate Dread Pirate Roberts in Princess Bride. Works for me. Continuing. Nevertheless, we found that members of the Crossfire Hurricane team failed to meet the basic obligation to ensure that the Carter Page FISA applications were quote-unquote scrupulously accurate. We identified significant inaccuracies and omissions, also known as lies and lies by omission, in each of the 4 applications, 7 in the first FISA application, and a total of 17 by the final renewal application. For example, the Crossfire Hurricane team obtained information from Steele's primary subsource in January 2017, which we've been referencing, continuing, that raised significant questions about the reliability of the Steele reporting that was used in the Carter Page FISA applications. But members of the Crossfire Hurricane team failed to share the information with the department, and it was therefore omitted from the second and third renewal applications. All of the applications also omitted information the FBI had obtained from the CIA detailing its prior relationship with Page, including that Page had been approved as an operational contact for the other agency from 2008 to 2013, and that Page had provided information to the CIA concerning his prior contacts with certain Russian intelligence officers, one of which overlapped with facts asserted in the FISA application. In the report here, the CIA is referred to as another U.S. government agency. During the investigation, Carter Page had never divulged who exactly he was working for. He only came out after the report was published, said on Sean Hannity's show that he hadn't, in fact, been working with the CIA. Sean had been pumping him numerous times, as Page appeared on the show fairly often during this process. And Sean kept pushing him, who were you working for? Who were you working for? And Page never said he was being as loyal to the CIA as he possibly could have been. Once the report was out, it was obvious who he was working for, and so then he let it slip. And also, as I think about it, he's also planning, if not numerous, very, very punitive responses to the FBI's abuse of his constitutional rights, and is looking to hold people accountable. And who he worked for would have come out in the court case, so there was no reason to hide it anymore. I'm reading into it, but that's how I see it. Continuing. As a result of the 17 significant inaccuracies and omissions we identified, relevant information was not shared with, and consequently not considered by, important department decision makers and the court, and the FISA applications made it appear as though the evidence supporting probable cause was stronger than was actually the case. We also found basic, fundamental, and serious errors during the completion of the FBI's factual accuracy reviews, known as the Woods procedures, which are designed to ensure that FISA applications contain a full and accurate presentation of the facts. Let me just put in here real quickly. The Woods procedures were put in place after Robert Mueller's FBI in 2001 was found to have lied to the FISA court on 75 separate occasions, that the information from those warrants were being leaked to prosecutors and law enforcement officials, and the only thing that happened was another layer of bureaucracy that, in this case, in the Carter Page FISA applications case, was completely blown off. As it says here, basic, fundamental, and serious errors. Just because you have a procedure in place doesn't mean everything's fixed if no one follows the procedure. And again, during that 2001 calling on the carpet of Mueller, no one was held accountable. They just added another layer of checks and balances that no one followed. Let's hear it for the FISA court ensuring that everything is done by the book when they have cases presented to them. It is called lying. That's, in fact, that's how I read it earlier, King James. And I should have kept up with that. I just let it go by. But yes, that should read 17 significant lies and lies by omission, not inaccuracies and omissions. But again, Horowitz has to do these things with oven mitts on, so he can't hit as hard as most of us would like him to. I understand he's being politic, and he does have to maintain some level of detachment, but seriously, consensually recorded conversations, confidential human sources. I mean, come on, these are spies. Laura, hello. We're just getting into the overview of what the FBI did against Page in creating the first FISA try at an application, the second attempt, which of course came to fruition, the introduction of the Steele information, and the complete failure of the FBI to comply with Wood's procedures, which we all knew ahead of time. That's the thing. King James says, why should we trust the FBI? The roles have been reversed from those on the right and those on the left, because you'll remember before this happened, the alphabet agencies were looked upon with distrust and disdain by the left. They saw them as the enemy of constitutional rights, of basic freedoms of U.S. citizens. But as soon as Trump took out after the intelligence agencies for being corrupt, which they are, and for being completely in the bag for Hillary Clinton to try and overturn the election, or at least make the Trump presidency appear to be incompetent, invalid, and unlawful, suddenly the left is on the side of all of the intelligence agencies. And the Republicans, when they point out deficiencies, are conspiracy theorists. The left is nothing if not hypocritical. I think that's the worst part of it, really. If they just had an ideology and stuck with it, at least we would know where we stand. But they only believe in what is politically expedient for them. I mean, look at the ACLU. They don't give a damn about constitutional rights anymore. They're more concerned with how illegal aliens are treated at the border than they are about people's First Amendment rights, for instance, being trampled upon by the intelligence agencies. Absolutely no regard for the truth. King James says, in my country, which would be Canada, we were always told the greatness of U.S. law and justice. Truth. Now this. I grew up revering the FBI after J. Edgar Hoover. I saw it as a complete remake of the FBI when he was gone. And I was happy with the reforms that were made. I never trusted the CIA. And back in my day, there was no NSA or ODNI or any of that. So that all came after the Patriot Act, if I remember correctly. But now we can't even trust the FBI. I don't see Christopher Wray as being dynamic enough to do the job that needs to be done. I'm not saying he's a bad man. I'm not saying he doesn't have the right intentions. But from what I've seen, he is more interested in protecting the idea of the FBI than reforming the rot in the FBI. And again, I could be completely off base. That's my read on it. Continuing. We do not speculate whether the correction of any particular misstatement or omission or some combination thereof, and again, that's lies and lies by omission, a combination thereof would have resulted in a different outcome. Nevertheless, the department's decision makers and the court should have been given a complete and accurate information. I threw a word in there. Should have been given complete and accurate information so that they could meaningfully evaluate a probable cause before authorizing the surveillance of a U.S. person associated with a presidential campaign. That did not occur, and as a result, the surveillance of Carter Page continued even as the FBI gathered information that weakened the assessment of probable cause and made the FISA applications less accurate. Less accurate. That implies that it was accurate at one point in time. I would have said something like, made the FISA applications predicate even weaker. But again, oven mitts. Continuing. We determined that the inaccuracies and omissions, lies and lies by omission, we identified in the applications resulted from case agents providing wrong or incomplete information to department attorneys, and as King James said, lying or lying by omission to department attorneys, continuing, and failing to identify important issues for discussion. Moreover, we concluded that case agents and SSAs did not give appropriate attention to facts that cut against probable cause, and that as the investigation progressed and more information tended to undermine or weaken the assertions in the FISA applications, the agents and SSAs did not reassess the information supporting probable cause. Further, the agents and SSAs did not follow or even appear to know certain basic requirements in the Woods procedures. Like I say, put in an extra level of bureaucracy. They didn't even teach people how to use it, to allow these FISA applications to go through without proper backup. And no one was checking. Now, as I understand it, Horowitz has launched an investigation into FISA applications going back as far as, I believe, 2015, maybe 2016. But they're going to look at all of them and determine how many of them have the same deficiencies, or at least many of the deficiencies that the Carter Page applications have or had. I'm looking forward to that. That'll be a big read, folks, and I promise when it hits the stands, if we're still around, it'll be read into the record as we're doing now. I promise. But remember, this channel isn't long for YouTube. They're going to cut it someday, and we'll wind up on DLive until BitChute gets its act together and starts supporting streaming. Real quickly, speaking of BitChute, all of my videos since November 8th have been taken down. All of them. And I was never given any explanation as to why. I can assume it's because of their length. But again, no one communicated with me that it was going to happen or why it happened. Certainly not after the fact, and certainly not before the fact. So BitChute basically is no longer a viable option. Unless you want to go back and look at some of my previous stuff. Not all of it is on there. Some of it is. So there's that. Yeah, they were taken down, Laura. Everything since November 8th. Everything since my sickbed confessional video that I made as soon as I could after the surgery. And they haven't been uploading any of the recent ones. Laura, I appreciate your confidence and your, there's a word I want. Anyway, treating me kindly. But I I just don't see us being here much longer. Not with the terms of service change the way that they put out. But we're here now. We're here now, so let's get on with it. As Picasso knows would say, moving right along. Here we are. Further, the agents and SSI. Oh no, we already had that. Although we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence of intentional misconduct on the part of the case agents who assisted NSD's Office of Intelligence, again, documentary or testimonial evidence. As we've seen time and time again reading this report, it looked like the FBI got everybody together and got their story straight. And remember, Comey and McCabe did not take the opportunity to renew their secret classifications, their security classifications, so that when they could not be presented with classified documents that would prove they were lying, and they could say, well, I don't remember, I don't recall, that doesn't seem like it was something I would do, blah, 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 blah. And many of the other FBI people, who again are not with the FBI any longer, who were interviewed, did pretty much the same thing. But the only people I can remember who were not caught up in the lying with this application against Carter Page, or applications of FISA warrants against Carter Page, Tricia Anderson left the FBI on her own accord, under good in good standing, and the Dread Pirate Stuart Evans, who conducted himself fairly, competently, and truthfully in all of these proceedings. He's still there. Oh, and Bruce Orr. Bruce Orr was demoted, but he is still with the DOJ. Laura says Jason is putting up Sunday with Charles today for some reason. Sunday with Charles. It's a movie, isn't it? Interesting. King James says only you can stop you. Well, I'm not planning on stopping anything, King James. Thank you for that vote of confidence. That's the word I was looking for. Vote of confidence. Thank you, King James. You jogged it out of my muddled and muddy little brain. Continuing, although, I'm just going to read that again because I stopped mid-paragraph. Although we did not find documentary or testimonial evidence of intentional misconduct on the part of the case agents who assisted NSD's Office of Intelligence, or OI, in preparing the applications, or the agents and supervisors who performed the Woods procedures, we also did not receive satisfactory explanations for the errors or missing information. Excuse me. We found that the offered explanations for these serious errors did not excuse them, or the repeated failures to ensure the accuracy of information presented to the FISC. We are deeply concerned that so many basic and fundamental errors were made by 3 separate, hand-picked investigative teams on one of the most sensitive FBI investigations. I would say the most sensitive. Continuing, after the matter had been briefed to the highest levels within the FBI, even though the information sought through the use of FISA authority related so closely to an ongoing presidential campaign, and even though those involved with the investigation knew that their actions were likely to be subjected to close scrutiny. We believe this circumstance reflects a failure, not just by those who prepared the FISA applications, but also by the managers and supervisors in the Crossfire Hurricane chain of command, including FBI senior officials who were briefed as the investigation progressed. We do not expect managers and supervisors to know every fact about an investigation, or senior leaders to know all the details of cases about which they are briefed. Oh, Charles Ortel. Oh, I remember. I watched him with you guys. I think before my surgery. And I enjoyed it. I just haven't remembered to go back and look again. Um, I like his style. I like his ability to bring the news out and flesh it out. Um, um, I wonder, Laura, if it's got something to do with the Soleimani um, assassination, or brought to justice, I think should be a better term, and the second strike north of Baghdad of two vehicles. Um, who was being carried in those vehicles. So I wonder if he's gotten some information on that, and he's doing a Snap live stream. It's about Hong Kong. Oh, see, I wasn't even close. I wasn't even close. Hong Kong's just as much of a hot spot as the Middle East is right now, if not more so. Let's see. Continuing, however, especially in the FBI's most sensitive and high priority matters, and especially when seeking court permission to use an intrusive tool such as a FISA order, it is incumbent upon the entire chain of command, including senior officials, to take the necessary steps to ensure that they are sufficiently familiar with the facts and circumstances supporting and potentially undermining a FISA application in order to provide effective oversight consistent with their level of supervisory responsibility. And as we saw with the, let's see, where was I again? As we saw before, or during our reading, the upper managers in this process all just assumed that what they were told by the case agent and people like Strzok and Joe Pieka, Strzok's hatchet man, that it was all accurate. And they did nothing to verify anything. Granted, as we learned, there are some levels where things like the Woods file are not even accessible to them. And that needs to change, in my opinion. And hopefully Ray is looking at something like that. There's no reason for anyone involved in providing cover or providing support to a FISA application. There is no reason for them to not be able to look at all of the documentation, all of the filing, of all of the data behind that FISA application. Cutting them out of the loop like that, I think, is a perfect recipe for allowing, as I've said over and over again, the ability for the lower level FBI people to provide a garbage in, garbage out loop and allow them to steer FISA applications to their purposes without proper supervisory input from those above them. That's the way I see it. And you're welcome to disagree. Continuing, such oversight requires greater familiarity with the facts than we saw in this review, where time and time again during OIG interviews, FBI managers, supervisors, and senior officials displayed a lack of understanding or awareness of important information concerning many of the problems we identified. In the preparation of the FISA applications to surveil Carter Page, the Crossfire Hurricane team failed to comply with FBI policies and, in so doing, fell short of what is rightfully expected from a premier law enforcement agency entrusted with such an intrusive surveillance tool. In light of the significant concerns identified with the Carter Page FISA applications and the other issues described in this report, the OIG today initiated an audit that will further examine the FBI's compliance with the Woods procedures in FISA applications that target U.S. persons in both counterintelligence and counterterrorism investigations. We also make the following recommendations to assist the Department and the FBI in avoiding similar failures in future investigations. Recommendation number 1, kill all the lawyers. I'm sorry, that was Shakespeare. Showing off here, but wasn't it Falstaff who said that in I believe it was James the Second or James the Fifth. I believe it was in one of those. I welcome the Shakespeare scholars among you to show how wrong I am. Okay, section 2, recommendations. I should say Roman numeral 2, recommendations. For the reasons fully described in previous chapters, we recommend the following. 1. The Department and the FBI should ensure that adequate procedures are in place for the Office of Intelligence, or OI, to obtain all relevant and accurate information, including access to confidential human sources, or SPY, information needed to prepare the FISA applications and renewal applications. This effort should include revising A. The FISA request form to ensure information is identified for OI. Lowercase I, that tends to disprove, does not support, or is inconsistent with a finding or allegation that the target is a foreign power or an agent of a foreign power, or lowercase Roman numeral 2, that bears on the reliability of every spy whose information is relied upon in the FISA application, including all information from the derogatory information subfile recommended below. Lowercase b, the Woods form, lowercase Roman numeral 1, to emphasize to agents and their supervisors the obligation to re-verify factual assertions repeated from prior applications and to obtain written approval from spy handling agents of all spy source characterization statements in applications, and lowercase Roman numeral 2, to specify what steps must be taken and documented during the legal review performed by an FBI Office of General Counsel, or OGC, line attorney, and SES level supervisor before submitting the FISA application package to the FBI Director for certification, lowercase c, the FISA procedures to clarify which positions may serve as the supervisory reviewer for OGC, and lowercase d, taking any other steps deemed appropriate to ensure the accuracy and completeness of information provided to OI. This is important. No, Falstaff wasn't a lawyer. He was I believe he was a pikeman in the King's Army. He was known for his drinking and bawdy behavior. You may remember way back when there was a beer called Falstaff. I never had it because it was discontinued before I became of drinking age, or I should say at least before I started drinking beer. So, naughty. But, let's see. As Laura, it's not surprising that a U.S. base in Iraq is under attack by the Iranians, because Iranian militia is all over Iraq. There's a significant faction in Baghdad itself, and they have cells and small fire teams all over Iraq, because the Iranians have been trying to take over Iraq through any means necessary, and including successfully infiltrating the Iraqi parliament, being voted in by the Iranian-backed citizens in Baghdad, in Iraq, and getting them to vote for the Iranian-backed candidates. That is why the vote in the Iraqi parliament to kick the U.S. out of Iraq, I believe, will be in the yay column, and the Iraqis will tell us to get the hell out of Dodge. Quickly, as I heard yesterday on the news from some people who know a lot more about this than I do, they see this as a blessing to Trump. He has been saying since the campaign that he didn't want us fighting forever wars in the Middle East, that nation building was a stupid idea, and that has been proven correct. So for the Iraqi government to tell us to get out of Iraq, that would give him basically a campaign win. And so I did say one thing to Cosmos last night. I know I'm getting off on a tangent here, but this is important. I'm wondering if Trump and the Joint Chiefs would consider carving out a portion of southeastern Iraq that is on the Syrian border as kind of a Guantanamo Bay to allow us to launch operations into Syria or to have a support system for the U.S. soldiers in Syria who are guarding the oil fields to keep them out of Iranian hands. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know if it's even advisable. But we've done it once before. I wonder if we could do it again. Again, is it a good idea? Probably not. Is it a likelihood? Probably not. Just a thought experiment on my part. We'll have to see. Stevie Bananas, hello. Thanks for coming in. King James, don't apologize. Stuff like this is important. We really need to know what's going on. Stevie Bananas is right. The Iranians had to allow the strike to happen. It was definitely their call. Nothing happens against the U.S. in Iraq without the Iranians okay. Excuse me. I think if Trump is smart, he will show this as a reason to get the troops out of there because they're not safe. And if we continue there, we are going to wind up in a shooting war with Iran. We'll win in no time. Iran doesn't have the money to pay its soldiers, much less to pay for the logistics required to fight the U.S. on the ground. They also don't have the air support that they would need. We would obtain air superiority in no time. And unless the Russian Air Force came into play, the Iranians would be completely wide open to any U.S. airstrikes that we cared to do. So yeah, I just remember the Iraqi populace. Excuse me, I keep doing that. The Iranian populace is really, really upset with the mullahs over certain price hikes that have happened as the Iranian economy has been strangled to death by the Trump administration. Lindsey Graham said yesterday that he thought, or he had proposed at least, that if the Iranians, it's so easy to get that screwed up, if the Iranians pushed a little further, then we would wipe out their oil refineries. And that would be the end of the Iranian economy. That's the only hard currency generator they have right now, is the oil refineries. So, Laura, you're right. The airstrikes, definitely. Airstrikes would do it. But bring in the A-10s. gun him to death. There goes the stream. YouTube's going to shut it down any moment now. All right, let's get back to this, and once we're done, we can talk Iraq and Iran without any interruption. Let's see. So number 2, the Department Continuing and FBI should evaluate which types of sensitive investigative matters, or SIM, require advance notification to a senior department official, such as the Deputy Attorney General. Well, in this case, that would have been Rosenstein, which would have been a complete wash. In addition, continuing to the notifications currently required for SIMs, especially for case openings that implicate core First Amendment activity and raise policy considerations or heighten enterprise risk, and establish implementing policies and guidance as necessary. The FBI should develop protocols and guidelines for staffing and administrating any future sensitive investigative matters from FBI headquarters. That was number 3. 4, the FBI should address the problems with the administration and assessment of spies identified in this report, and at a minimum should, lowercase a, revise its standard spy admonishment form to include a prohibition on the disclosure of the spy's relationship with the FBI to third parties, absent the FBI's permission, and assess the need to include other admonishments in the standard spy admonishments. And let me just say, I should have really said this earlier, the CHS that they're specifically referring to here is Christopher Steele. If you'll remember, Christopher Steele thought the FBI was dealing with his company, Orbis, and that the information his company was generating fell into one of 3 pipelines. And the third pipeline was information solely for the FBI. But again, he saw that as a company arrangement with the FBI, not a personal relationship, which would have made him a confidential human source. And Steele's handling agent with the FBI, or FBI handling agent, allowed there to be a misunderstanding hanging in the air as to whether Steele was a CHS and therefore subject to the admonishments about disclosing anything related to the FBI with third parties, while Steele was thinking again that it was a corporate arrangement and that Steele could share the information with anyone he wanted to. Remember, Steele would sometimes get classified information from the FBI and then feed that to his clients. So Steele was essentially a double agent. If the FBI handler had taken care of this misunderstanding and laid down the law initially and forcefully, Steele might never have gone to Yahoo News and Mother Jones, to Isikoff and Korn. Now he was still fired by the FBI on October 31, 2016, or as they say, closed as a source. But Steele felt he had done nothing wrong. So there's a poor job of an FBI handler to keep his source under control. Another example of the supposed 99% of the FBI being good and true agents and always performing their job to the utmost of their ability. As we've read this report, it looks more and more like that number may go down to maybe 75%. That's a guess on my part, so you can quibble with the number all you want. But I think the gist of it is, as we've all discussed, we all agree on that, so there's no problem there. Okay, let's just start with number 4 again. The FBI should address the problem with the administration and assessment of CHSs identified in this report and, at a minimum, should A. Revise its standard CHS admonishments form to include a prohibition on the disclosure of the CHS's relationship with the FBI to third parties absent the FBI's permission, and assess the need to include other admonishments in the standard CHS admonishments. Lowercase b. Develop enhanced procedures to ensure that CHS information is documented in Delta, and that's the Delta file where, or the Delta database, where everything related to a CHS like Steele or a spy or a UDE, basically a type of spy, everything goes into the Delta so you can track their performance. And obviously this wasn't being done completely and thoroughly. Those both mean the same thing. Documented in Delta, continuing, including information generated from headquarters-led investigations, substantive contacts with closed CHSs, directly or through third parties. Now we're talking about Christopher Steele working through Bruce Orr, continuing, and derogatory information. We renew our recommendation that the FBI create a derogatory information subfile in Delta. Lowercase c. Assess VMU, and that's, let's see, unit. I don't remember what VMU fully stands for, but it is the organization within the FBI that does assessments on CHS's reliability and other reasons to be or not be suitable for continued FBI employment as a CHS. I should be able to remember that. Oh well. Continue. Let me just start over that again. Lowercase c. Assess VMU's practices regarding reporting source validation findings and non-findings. D. Lowercase. Establish guidance for sharing sensitive information with CHSs. Lowercase e. Let's take a drink here. Uncle Bobbity, glad you're here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Uncle Bobbity raises something interesting here. Let me stop for a second here at lowercase e. Zero Hedge featured an article about weapons makers being main push behind impeachment. Huh. See, I think it would be the exact opposite. Because Trump has been good to the military-industrial complex in the sense that that huge contract with Saudi Arabia, for which he was widely condemned, or at least hit with derogatory comments, and the only thing I can, and of course the Second Amendment, he's fully behind the Second Amendment, except for the bump stock, and you all know how I feel about bump stocks. The only thing I could see as a negative in the arms manufacturers would be the cancellation of the sale of the F-35A to Turkey. And we all know specifically the reason for that is because Turkey went with a Russian anti-aircraft missile system, and the F-35, if Turkey had had them, they would have been able to use them as practice in the system to develop a way to defeat them, which would have been exactly the opposite of what a NATO member is supposed to be doing. I personally feel that if we can get out of the Middle East and no longer need Incirlik, I believe I'm pronouncing that right, as an air base, we'd be able to cut Turkey out of NATO fully and completely. Again, two words that mean the same thing. But again, that's how I see it. Deborah Ellis, when did you sneak in? Nice to see you. You guys, I can't tell you how satisfying it is to see all of you in the chat. I mean, that you feel what we're doing here is important enough to take a time out of your day to spend it with us. And I know the chat is probably more attractive to you than the reading, but it does my heart good to know that I am at least providing a outlet for you all. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart and for Picasso knows for making the effort to be here. Thank you. Validation Management Unit. Thank you, Picasso knows. I was never going to get that. Never going to get that. Good point, Uncle Bobbity. Absolutely perfect point. Okay, continuing, lowercase e. Establish guidance to handling agents for inquiring whether their spies, their CHS, participates in the types of groups or activities that would bring the CHS within the definition of a quote-unquote sensitive source and ensure handling agents to document and update as needed those affiliations and any others voluntarily provided to them by the CHS in the source opening communication, the quote-unquote sensitive categories portion of each CHS's quarterly supervisory source report, the quote-unquote life changes portion of CHS contact reports, or as otherwise directed by the FBI, so that the FBI can assess whether active CHSs are engaged in activities such as political campaigns at a level that might require redesignation as a sensitive source, quote unquote, or necessitate closure of the CHS, and F, lowercase, revise its CHS policy to address the considerations that should be taken into account and the steps that should be followed before and after accepting information from a closed CHS indirectly through a third party. And again, we're referring to Bruce Orr, number 4 in one section of the DOJ, in charge of international organized crime as a part of his portfolio, who knew Christopher Steele and whose wife worked for Fusion GPS, like Christopher Steele, and the FBI used him as a conduit to pass information from Steele to them, and thereby skirting the rule, the FBI rule, that if you close a CHS and they come back to you with information and you accept it, you have to go through a long list of upper level people to approve reopening that CHS, and you're only supposed to do it that one time. So by Bruce Orr acting as a conduit between Steele to the FBI, they were breaking that rule flagrantly. Oh, King James says Yellow Hats in France are entering the 60th week. Does anyone here, and I mean this sincerely, does anyone here think that the Yellow Vest protest would have ended months ago? Or do you see them as basically being like the left here in America, where no matter what you do to appease them, they're going to want more? Because let's face it, the Yellow Vests are from the left. I'm not making a judgment. I'm just saying they are from the left in France's political spectrum. So are they behaving like our left, or is this a different situation entirely? I would love to hear your thoughts on that. I mean, Laura says Macron hasn't given in nor stepped down yet. Remember, he did repeal or at least delay the gas tax, which is what started everything. Laura says the Yellow Vests are not leftists. So I'm reading it wrong. Are you saying they're just general population who are rising in protest, and and Antifa or the Black Bloc is using them as a shield, which I can see. Laura characterizes them as woke people. That is very well put. I did not even consider it that way. And another excellent point, delay is not repeal. So basically, Macron has not given them anything they asked for. And their demands have increased, as I understand it. Also, didn't the Macron administration say they were going to change the retirement laws and make it and make you have to work longer, make you have to work until you're older before you can apply for retirement? I believe I heard that. Laura makes another excellent point that the Yellow Vests are sick of the New World Order. Now that is a very good point. That is an excellent point. They do not like the globalization that France is putting them through because of the job loss that's being created. I had never considered that. Excellent. I love talking to you guys. You really make the brain work overtime. Okay, so I am right. I am right on retirement. Real quickly, I'll read King James, then I'll get back to the text here. France is in serious financial trouble. Yellow Vests do not want the elite to ruin their country. Italy is broke, and they want to leave the EU. Oh, yeah, well, Italy's been threatening to leave the EU for some years now. I thought they would back off on that once they had replaced the populist government with a more left-leaning government. But Italy is so full of factions that I wouldn't be surprised if the Leave people were just as vocal with the new government as they were with the old government. France ended topless beaches? Let's remember one thing, though. Most of the people who show up at nude and topless beaches on the west coast of Europe, none of them look good without a top or without any clothes. Those are the people who go there to look at good-looking people without tops or naked. They are not the people who you would want to look at topless or naked. All right, I'll stop there. Moving right along, as Picasso knows would say. This is great stuff, though. I don't really mind getting into it. I hope you guys are cool with it as well. All right, okay, we're down to number 5. The Department and FBI should clarify the following terms in their policies. Lowercase a. Assess the definition of a, quote, sensitive monitoring circumstance, close quote, in the AG guidelines and the FBI's DIOG to determine whether to expand its scope to include secret recording of a domestic political candidate or an individual prominent within a domestic political organization, like Sam Clovis, being secretly recorded by Stephen Halper, continuing, or a subset of these persons, so that secret recording of such individuals would require consultation with or advance notification to a senior department official, such as the Deputy Attorney General, and again, we're assuming that the higher-ups would be impartial and able to give an informed judgment on the proposed secret recordings, as opposed to political hacks who would have given their permission for anything that would damage a rival party, like Rod Rosenstein, perhaps. Hey, Ray. Good to have you. Great to have you. Welcome. Jinx, King James. Jinx. Let's see. Deputy Attorney General, lowercase b, establish guidance and include examples in the DIOG to better define the meaning of the phrase, quote, prominent in a domestic political organization, close quote, so that agents understand which campaign officials fall within that definition as it relates to sensitive investigative matters, sensitive UDP, and the designation of sensitive sources, and all those were in quotes. Further, if the department expands the scope of sensitive monitoring circumstance, again in quotes, as recommended above, the FBI should apply the guidance on, quote, prominent in a domestic political organization to, quote, sensitive monitoring circumstance, close quote, as well. 6. The FBI should ensure that appropriate training on DIOG Section 4 is provided to emphasize the constitutional implications. I gotta stop mid-sentence, excuse me. Continuing. Emphasize the constitutional implications of certain monitoring situations and to ensure that agents account for these concerns both in the tasking of spies and in the way they document interactions with and tasking of spies. Again, I'm inserting spy for CHS here. This is different than talking about Steele, who's a confidential, more of a just a confidential source as opposed to a spy. Number 7, the FBI should establish a policy regarding the use of defensive and transition briefings for investigative purposes, including the factors to be considered and approval by senior levels at the FBI with notice to a senior department official, such as the Deputy Attorney General. So I disagree with that one completely. I don't think there should be any reason to use a defensive or transitioning briefing or both for investigative purposes. As Horowitz stated earlier, by doing that, the FBI has put any future campaign on guard to not trust anyone in the briefing and to have to basically shut down any normal conversation because they would be worried that anything they say basically can and will be used against you in a court of law. There will not be the free flow of information between the campaign and the briefers that should be understood without any questioning whatsoever. The FBI has violated the trust that those campaign officials should be able to rely upon when dealing with alphabet agencies. So I don't believe that number 7 should say establish a policy for this. I believe number 7 should say negate, not the word I went to, should prohibit the use of defensive and transition briefings for investigative purposes. Full stop. But again, that's my opinion. You guys are free to differ. Number 8, the Department's Office of Professional Responsibility should review our findings related to the conduct of Department Attorney Bruce Orr for any action it deems appropriate. Now they're calling out somebody by name. When they're talking about CHSs and compliance with who they talk to and what they tell them, they were referring specifically to what Steele had been doing, but they never used his name. They just used generic CHS. Here, they are absolutely saying Bruce Orr should be investigated by OPR. This will be interesting. Continuing, OR's current supervisors in the department's criminal division should also review our findings related to OR's performance for any action they deem appropriate. Of course, they can blow it off if they want to. I'm thinking they probably will. Number 9, the FBI should review the performance of all employees who had responsibility for the preparation, Woods review, or approval of the FISA applications, as well as the managers, supervisors, and senior officials in the chain of command of the Carter Page investigation for any action deemed appropriate. So basically, a toothless warning to Chris Wray that his people screwed up, and he should, maybe, do something about it. Although, we don't know what. And Horowitz can't make a specific recommendation that people should be demoted or transferred or fired, whatever. So I understand what Horowitz is saying, but again, it's incredibly toothless. So that was number 9. So that's the end of chapter 12. Now we have the appendix. And there are 2 appendices. Let me see. I'm going to have to open this up. So the Rogues Gallery is going away, folks. It has served its purpose. Let me get the margins wider here. Here we go. Okay. Let's go through this in detail. Woods Procedures, footnote 531. This appendix describes errors we identified in the Woods process for the 4 Carter Page FISA applications. We did not examine the quote-unquote facilities section of the applications, whatever that means. Continuing. This appendix does not include non-Woods related errors in the applications described in Chapter 5 and 8 chapters. As described in Chapter 2, the Woods procedures seek to ensure the accuracy of every factual assertion in a FISA application. These procedures require that the case agent who requests an application create and maintain a quote-unquote Woods file that contains 1. Supporting documentation for every factual assertion contained in the application, and 2. Results and supporting documentation of the required searches and verifications. In this appendix, we identify each factual assertion in the FISA applications for which we found 1. No supporting documentation in the Woods file, 2. Purported supporting documentation in the Woods file that did not state the fact asserted in the FISA application, or 3. Purported supporting documentation in the Woods file that actually indicates the fact asserted is inaccurate. That was footnote 531. Okay, so Woods procedures, first FISA application. On the left, factual assertion in the FISA application. The DNI commented that this influence included providing money to particular candidates or providing disinformation. That was on page 5 of the Woods on the Woods procedures for the first FISA application or Woods file. And the mistake is the supporting documentation does not state this fact. Okay, factual assertion in the FISA application. Next one. Although Page did not provide any specific details to refute, dispel, or clarify the media reporting, he made vague statements that minimized his activities. And that's page or file number 27. And the inaccuracy is supporting document shows that the factual assertion is inaccurate. So there's a mistake there. Next factual assertion in the first FISA application. In or about May 2016, Buryakov was sentenced to 30 months in prison. That's in file number 6. And the mistake, there is no supporting documentation for that assertion. Next assertion. Steele is a former, it's redacted, but we know that is MI6, Russia spy, and head for a period of time of the Russia desk at MI6. Continuing, and has been an FBI source since or in about October 2013. Steele's reporting has been corroborated and used in criminal proceedings, and the FBI assesses Steele to be reliable. Steele has been compensated approximately $95,000 by the FBI, and the FBI is unaware of any derogatory information pertaining to Steele. That references footnote 5, or I should say, that is referenced in footnote 532. I'll hold off in just a second. This is in file number 8, and again the error is no supporting documentation. Okay, footnote 532. The Woods procedure require that when an application contains reporting from a confidential human source, the Woods file must contain documentation from the CHS handling agent verifying that the handling agent has reviewed the facts on the CHS's background and reliability, and that the representations in the FISA about the CHS are accurate. And again, that particular assertion has no supporting documentation, and we know from our reading that Steele's reporting had actually been minimally corroborated, as found by the VMU, and had never been used in criminal proceedings. So not only was there no supporting documentation, it's actually a flat-out lie, except for the amount of money he received. That, as I understand it, is accurate. And remember, the FBI offered to pay Steele $15,000 on top of his original payment for the dossier if he could provide verification. And this was in, I believe, December of 2016, after the first FISA application was approved, and Steele never did, so the FBI never paid him the $15,000. Oh yeah, all cat, no haddle. I remember that from the other day, Uncle Bobbity. I forgot to read it. I mentioned it to Picasso Knows, though. Very good. I love it. I love it. So they didn't. That was the one thing in the Nunes memo that he got wrong. That the FBI paid Steele that money. And that was the only thing in the Schiff rebuttal that Schiff got correct, was that the FBI hadn't paid that money. Otherwise, Nunes was completely on target, and Schiff was a lying sack of crap. But we all know that about Schiff. All right, continuing with the factual assertion in the first FISA application, Steele reported the information contained therein to the FBI over the course of several meetings with the FBI from in or about June 2016 through August 2016. Excuse me, just a moment. Okay, very good. Uncle Bobbity, FBI trying to pay Steele like a Clinton speaking fee. I love it. I love it. Very accurate. Let's see. So let me just read that assertion again so I can do this all in one spot. Steele reported the information contained therein to the FBI over the course of several meetings with the FBI from in or about June 2016 through August 2016. That's in file number 8. And again, there is no supporting documentation. I don't understand this assertion because it has been stated over and over again that the FBI did not get anything from Steele until September 16th, or was it the 27th? One of those two dates. Unless this is discussing the proto dossiers, which were available during June through August. But as we know, there is great speculation, and I think very accurate speculation, that it wasn't Steele who had anything to do with the proto memos. They were all written by Glenn Simpson from Fusion GPS, and there's a lot of speculation that, again, I feel is very accurate, that Glenn Simpson and Nellie Orr had a great deal of input in the Steele election reporting, as Horowitz likes to describe it. Hell, Uncle Bobbity, not only was it a thumbs up, it was a thumb drive. Laura says we found out over a year ago that the FBI did pay Steele. Wasn't actually, now that I think about it, Laura, wasn't there a like $50,000 payment for the dossier up front, or after, I should say, after it was delivered, and then they offered him $15,000 for corroboration? Or am I getting the amount and the timing wrong? Now that you've mentioned that, I do think I remember something about an initial payment to Steele. Yeah, please put that in the chat and fill me in on the rest of it, if you would, please. That would be very helpful. Okay, let me take a drink here. Once again, you guys are keeping me on my toes, and I really appreciate it. Okay, next factual assertion. Steele told the FBI that she. Oh, I'm sorry. That in the application, I believe he was referred to as source one. But Steele told the FBI that he only provided this information to the business associate, which would have been Glenn Simpson, and the FBI. And that's in file number 18. And the check mark here is supporting document shows that the factual assertion is inaccurate. Okay, next to last. Since that time, source number 2 has routinely provided reliable information that has been corroborated by the FBI. And that would have been Steele's subsource, if I'm not mistaken. The mistake with that is contained in file number 20, and the check mark is no supporting documentation. Okay, Laura, we're on the same page then. Okay, good. Thank you for reminding me, as always. And last one for the first application, source number 2 has been compensated in excess of redacted since 2008. And that is in file number 20. And again, there is no supporting documentation. Okay, now we're to renewal application number 1. So this would have been the application filed in January of 2017. Laura says, I think Bongino spoke of it too. Oh, I'm sure of it. I've only, or I should say Picasso knows, and I have only been watching Bongino for, I think, about maybe 6 weeks, 2 months. I didn't initially know of his podcast or his YouTube channel until it was in a recommendation from YouTube. And I saw Dan Bongino's name, and I jumped on it like a cat on a mouse, and we've been watching it religiously ever since. JF says, being that he is a foreign citizen, wouldn't another 3-letter agency be required for international payments? I don't believe so, JF, because he basically, in a sideways way, and you understand what I'm trying to say, Steele is a FBI employee. So, oh no, I was on Bongino Report before I came on. Actually, no, I was reading Daily Wire, but I was looking at Bongino Report earlier. So yeah, it's definitely a part of my day now. Yes, like I was saying to JF, since Steele is basically an FBI employee, he wouldn't need another agency to provide the payment. That's a kind of a cutout. The FBI, as I understand it, has legal authority to pay foreign citizens for help with investigations. Excuse me just a moment. You know what's happening. I'll be right back. Man, I really thought I had that beat. I have no idea what's going on, folks. I'm not sick. I don't have a sinus infection. My throat isn't sore, anything like that. I just have to keep blowing my nose. I don't get it. But that's not important. That means nothing. That's just me bitching. So, what we've got now is Woods Procedures Renewal Application Number 1. And again, that was the application that came through in January of 2017. Okay, so the first factual assertion in this application. The DNI commented that this influence included providing money to particular candidates or providing disinformation. And that's contained on page number 6. And the checkmark supporting documentation does not state this fact. And again, these are all the misstatements or lack of support in the Woods files for the FISA applications. Okay, next. Although Page did not provide any specific details to refute, dispel, or clarify the media reporting, he made vague statements that minimized his activities. And that's on page 29 in the Woods file. And the checkmark is supporting document shows that the factual assertion is inaccurate. Next, according to source number 2, Page initially attempted to distance the think tank from Russian funding. Oh, source number 2 is Halper. I get it. Can't believe I blew that. Yeah, source number 2 is Halper, not Steele's subsource. I believe he's referred to as subsource number 1 later on. So let me read that again. According to Halper, Page initially attempted to distance the think tank from Russian funding. That's on page 35 of the Woods file, and the checkmark is no supporting documentation. Next, Papadopoulos is a current subject of an FBI investigation. There's a footnote there. That is in file number 3, and again, the checkmark is no supporting documentation. Okay, so let's go down to footnote 533. Although the Crossfire Hurricane team knew the FBI had an ongoing investigation of Papadopoulos, the Woods file did not contain documentation supporting this factual assertion. The Woods procedures do not exempt information known to the case agent from having supporting documentation. So in other words, smack the baby. Excuse me. Okay, continuing. In or about May 2016, Buryakov was sentenced to 30 months in prison. That's in file number 7, and again, no supporting documentation. Next, Steele is a former, again, MI6 agent and former head of the Russian desk, and has been an FBI source since in or about October 2013. Steele has been compensated approximately $95,000 by the FBI. The FBI assesses Steele to be reliable, as previous reporting from Steele has been corroborated and used in criminal proceedings. And again, I believe they used this lie in all 4 applications, even though FIMU proved in, I believe, February or March of 2017, before the second renewal was applied for. The second renewal was applied for, proved that to be false, and yet the agents sending the data up through the ranks to the FISA court never corrected that. Never. But remember, no documentary or testimonial evidence of bias. So therefore, the media reports that there was never any bias. How unlike them. Okay, so that lie about being reliable and his information being corroborated and used in criminal proceedings, that was in file number 9. And the ding is, again, no supporting documentation. Next. Getting hard to read. I gotta shift over a little bit so I can see the see the paper. Let me move this a tad to cover that. There we go. Okay. In or about October 2016, the FBI suspended its relationship with Steele due to Steele's unauthorized disclosure of information to the press. That's in file number 9. And the ding is, supporting documentation does not state this fact. Okay, next. Steele reported the information contained therein to the FBI over the course of several meetings with the FBI from in or about June 2016 through August 2016. And again, that has not been mentioned once in this report. So I'd love to know what information they're talking about. Again, the only thing I can think of is the proto-dossiers. But these dates never came up in this report. If they did, please correct me. I just don't remember. So anyway, over the course of several meetings with the FBI from in or about June 2016 through August 2016, that's in file number 9, and the ding is no supporting documentation. It's pretty heavily marked box on these applications. No supporting documentation. Next, Steele told the FBI that he only provided the information to the business associate, and the FBI, again, we're referring to Glenn Simpson at Fusion GPS, and that's in file number 19, and the ding is supporting document shows that the factual assertion is inaccurate. And the last one here for the first renewal, source number 2 has been compensated in excess of redacted since 2008. That's Halper. And if I'm not mistaken, they're referring to the ONA payments, the Office of Net Assessment Payments to Halper. Because I don't remember the FBI stating that they were paying him. But again, I could be wrong there. So anyway, compensated in excess of redacted since 2008. If I remember correctly, it was close to $400,000, if not over that. I also remember the figure of $1 million being thrown around, and that was provided by the whistleblower from ONA who was fired and investigated and almost thrown in jail, because that's what the Obama administration did to whistleblowers. But during the Trump administration, under the aegis of the great and powerful Adam Schiff, a whistleblower needs not only to be protected as far as retaliation and ability to retain their job, but they have to be kept anonymous because they may be killed by radical Trump supporters. I'm sorry, all Trump supporters are radical. I should just remove that word. They may be killed by Trump supporters. So they have to be absolutely closed off from the rest of the world, even though nothing that they did in their quote-unquote whistleblowing followed any of the rules laid down for said whistleblowing. So, again, the left has no standards. They are as hypocritical as anything in the world. Probably more so, if I may go out on a limb there. So again, source number 2, which is Halper, has been compensated in excess of redacted since 2008. That's in file number 21, and the ding is no supporting documentation yet again. Two to go. Woods Procedures Renewal Application number 2. And this takes us to footnote 534. The Woods file for renewal application number 2 contains a piece of paper that states, quote, Strat Plan. That's got to be strategic plan. And another piece of paper that states, quote, New 302, Feb article, and March article. And those are all in quotes. The case agent who compiled the Woods file for this application told us that these pieces of paper were quote-unquote placeholders he inserted into the file to indicate to the SSA reviewer that a supporting document existed, but that a copy of it was not placed into the file. What the hell? What the hell? Placeholders? You're FBI, folks. The darling of the left. And you know none of them are reading this. Not one. Continuing. We do not believe these placeholders met the Woods requirements because the descriptions of the reference documents were vague, and it was not clear to us why the actual documents could not have been included in the Woods file. We also observed that there was no notation or other record indicating that the agent and supervisor performing the factual accuracy review in fact examined the documents identified by the placeholders. It's almost as if there was a complete breakdown of lawful order in these procedures. As if the FISC and Robert Mueller swept under the rug the illegal activity in the achieving of 75 FISA warrants through the FISC in 2001. It's as if the FISC doesn't care, and the FBI can't be bothered to make its people perform according to the DIOJ. Uncle Bobbity says, that information you are looking for is placed here normally. However, since that information would incriminate FBI malfeasance, this placeholder serves the same purpose. That's a bravo right there. That is a bravo. Uncle Bobbity coming through in the clutch, as always. Okay, so again, this is Wood Procedures Renewal Application number 2. There's this and then number 3, and we'll be done with this appendix most likely. Okay, factual assertion in the FISA application. First, the DNI commented that this influence included providing money to particular candidates or providing disinformation. That's on page number 6. And the ding is supporting documentation does not state this fact. Next, although Page did not provide any specific details to refute, dispel, or clarify the media reporting, he made vague statements that minimized his activities. That's on page 30, and the ding is supporting document shows that the factual assertion is inaccurate. And let's remember again, what this is basically saying is Page said something that we determined to be indicative of his guilt. Indicative of his guilt. When another reasonable person could have looked at it, I should say a reasonable person would look at this statement and say, there's nothing there. You're inferring something that there's nothing in that statement to connote any of your inference. Like I said, if you've got an R after your name, the FBI knows you're lying. If you've got a D after your name, the FBI gives you every opportunity to correct the record and then gives you immunity. And even if you weren't given immunity, the head of the FBI will say no reasonable prosecutor would bring a case against this person after they define 7 separate instances of felony behavior and then blow it off by lying about the statute and saying that person did not have intent. And that, of course, is Comey's July 5th, 2016 press conference. And let's remember that the left went nuts when Comey did that. Because Comey should not have listed those infractions. He should have just said, we found no malfeasance in the actions of Secretary Clinton, and let it go at that. Instead, he's a complete classless asshole, sorry kids language, who does whatever he wants to do to make him look better. And then the left really wanted his head when in late October, as opposed to September, when they should have opened the investigation, they reopened the investigation into Hillary and told Congress, who then leaked it to the press. Gee, go figure. If Comey didn't leak it himself, which is what I believe, but they reopened the investigation into Clinton because of the Uma Abedin Wiener laptop, and they found nothing because they didn't look. And then the left really wanted Comey's head. Trump keeps him on because he thinks Comey's a stand-up guy. I'm sure Comey poured honey in Trump's ear to make it seem like Comey was the right man for the job. And then Comey proves to be a liar, insubordinate, and a leaker. Trump fires him, and suddenly Comey is a national treasure who must be protected from the evil predations of the fascist Trump government, the fascist Trump president, who is not a legitimate president, who stole the election by help with the Russians. Again, the left has no integrity whatsoever. I'm sorry I keep saying that, but they prove it time and time again. Ray, Abedin Wiener thing sounds funny. It kind of does, doesn't it? If I said it that way, it was completely unplanned. Uncle Bobbity referencing Hotel California. Welcome to the Hotel Gitmo, Comey. Such a lovely place. You're gonna love the cake. Living it up at the Hotel Gitmo, Comey. Any time of year. You can find them here. I love it. I love it. Laura says factual assertion is inaccurate. Shouldn't even be a category. That's a good point. That's a good point. It at least should say that the factual assertion is a lie. Again, Horowitz is working with oven mitts on. Okay, so next. Let's see. According to Halper, Page initially attempted to distance the think tank from Russian funding. That's on page 35 of the second FISA renewal application. And the ding is, again, no supporting documentation. I sense a theme here. Next, Page stated that he believed he was the subject of electronic surveillance by the U.S. government. That's again on page 35 of the renewal. And again, the ding is no supporting documentation. Until Picasso knows I wasn't going to need a second coffee, and I was wrong. I can never predict my intake. And I am, of course, going off on a lot of tangents here, so I'm talking more than probably I should. Continuing, the FBI's ongoing investigation has revealed that Page has moved out of his New York City residence and does not currently maintain a permanent address. Rather, Page lives in and out of hotels inside New York City and other cities. And that's on page 36. And again, the ding is no supporting documentation. So in other words, they're just making this stuff up. And if they aren't, they can't prove they're not. Next, court authorized redacted, which I'm sure is physical searches, as we've discussed before, revealed a document titled Redacted, Redacted, in quotes. The document outlines what appear to be talking points that are meant to counter media reports that cast Page in a negative light. Now, is that supposed to be supporting Page's appearance of guilt? Or is that supposed to be supporting Page's possible, is that an exculpatory claim? With the FBI, you don't even know. That's on page number 42 of the renewal application. And again, the ding is no supporting documentation. Next one. At a later point in the interview, after the FBI explained to Page how Page could be viewed as having a source handler or co-optee relationship with the Russian intelligence officers, Page claimed that he believed he was, quote, on the books, but that he only provided the Russian intelligence officers with, quote, immaterial, non-public information. That's on pages 46 and 47 of the application. And again, no supporting documentation. Last one for this one. Also during the interviews, Page denied ever meeting with Sechin or Divyakin. That's on page 47. And again, there's no supporting documentation. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry to make you waste that one the first time.
It's all right.
Thank you.
That's by the way, it's Pike Place because we didn't have any more dark roast, so I made a smaller cup.
Oh, okay. Then I'll have to order some Black Rifle coffee, right? Okay, cool. All right, we're finally out of Green Mountain Coffee, so now I can get back on the subscription list for Black Rifle Coffee, which is excellent stuff. They have the best ads on YouTube, and great people too. Now, looking at this, I just realized this is still the Woods procedures mistakes, if you can call them mistakes, if not clear omissions, for the second renewal. There's actually 2 pages of dings for the second renewal. So let's keep going. As of March 2017, the FBI has conducted several interviews with Papadopoulos. During these interviews, Papadopoulos confirmed that he met with officials from the above-referenced friendly foreign government officials? I think he only met with Alexander Downer. I don't remember him meeting with anyone else from the Australian government. Anyway, but he, Papadopoulos, denied that he discussed anything related to the Russian government during these meetings. And that's in file number 4. And the ding is supporting document shows that the factual assertion is inaccurate. Of course. I thought they interviewed Papadopoulos in April of 2017, not March. That's a quibble. It doesn't matter. It's a quibble. Next, in or about May 2016, Buryakov was sentenced to 30 months in prison, so they used that twice. That is in file number 8, and the ding is no supporting documentation. I sense a theme here. And again, as was referenced before, and I believe in all 4 of these applications, Steele is a former MI6 agent and head of the Russian desk, and has been an FBI source since in or about October 2013. Steele has been compensated approximately $95,000 by the FBI. The FBI assesses Steele to be reliable, as previous reporting from Steele has been corroborated and used in criminal proceedings. It's in file number 10. And again, there is no supporting documentation for that. Next, another repeat. In or about October 2016, the FBI suspended its relationship with Steele due to Steele's unauthorized disclosure of information to the press. And again, it says suspended, not closed. So they're giving a nice little weasel word here to make it seem like Steele didn't do anything really wrong. So we just put him on the back burner for a little while. Okay, that is in file number 10. And again, the supporting documentation does not state this fact. Next. Again, Steele reported the information contained therein to the FBI over the course of several meetings with the FBI in or about June 2016 through August 2016. That's in file number 10. And as before, the ding is no supporting documentation. Another repeat, Steele told the FBI that he only provided this information to the business associate and the FBI. It's in file number 20. And that ding is supporting documentation shows that the factual assertion is inaccurate. I keep scrolling up. I can't do that. Okay, this one's slightly different. Since that time, Halper has routinely provided reliable information that has been corroborated by the FBI. Maybe they did say that before. That's in file number 22. And constant refrain, no supporting documentation. And a last repeat here, source number 2 has been compensated in excess of redacted since 2008. It's in file number 22. And again, no supporting documentation. Okay, last one. Woods Procedures Renewal Application number 3. That takes us to footnote 535. Similar to the Woods file for renewal application number 2, the file for renewal application number 3 contains a quote-unquote placeholder piece of paper that states strat plan, and again that's easily read as strategic plan, quote-unquote, indicating to the SSA reviewer that a supporting document existed for the factual assertion, but that it was not placed into the Woods file. For the reasons noted above, we do not believe this placeholder met the Woods requirements. Actually, King James, allow me to correct you. It was not an event. Loretta Lynch wanted it to be called a matter. Oh, Laura said that. Laura said, I misread the chat, or I don't get it all. Thank you, Laura. Thank you for getting that, and I apologize for the redundancy. But good job. Good job. I should have known one of you would be on top of it right away. That's a good point, King James. Don't get me wrong. I'm glad you brought it up. And just, had one little quibble, and Laura took care of it. Okay, so that was footnote number 535. And again, we're on the last renewal application. So, factual assertion in the FISA application. First, the DNI commented that this particular influence included providing money to particular candidates or providing disinformation. And we've seen that over and over. That's on page number 6. And the ding is supporting documentation does not state this fact. Next, Russian President Vladimir Putin said in or about September 2016 that Russia was not responsible for the hack. And as we know, it's because there was no hack. Continuing, but that the release of the DNC documents was a net positive. Quote, the important thing is the content that was given to the public, close quote. That's on page number 7, and there is no supporting documentation. Next, U.S. person number 1 recalled an instance where Page was picked up in a chauffeured car, and it was rumored at the time that Page had met with Igor Sechin. Now, I thought before, I believe I'm accurate here, I thought before that U.S. person number 1 was Sergei Milian, but something that I read in one of these pages, previous chapters, I should say, referenced source number 1, and then either in that same sentence or the next sentence referred to a Sergei. So it was my conclusion that I was wrong about who U.S. person number one is. But I don't remember if we ever figured that out. If we did, and I've forgotten, please put it in the chat, and you'll help me out greatly. But I cannot recall. And there's that word. U.S. person number one, I already read that. Okay, that's in page number 21, and the ding is supporting documentation does not state this fact. Next. Although Page didn't, and we've read this one before, did not provide any specific details to refute, dispel, or clarify the media reporting, he made vague statements that minimized his activities. Well, again, let's remember that Page was pretty sure he was being monitored by the FBI. And I don't think Page was so stupid as to believe they were only monitoring his electronic information. He may not have known about the physical searches. Let's say for argument's sake that he didn't. But I'd say it's pretty understandable that Page thought he was being secretly recorded by a spy and didn't want to give out too much information. I'm not saying Page was completely tight-lipped, because he was talking at one point about the think tank being funded with Russian money. That may have been before he realized, for sure, because of media leaks, that the FBI was investigating him, and that he became more vague once he came to that conclusion. But once again, because Page was not fully accurate in his statement to the thinking of the FBI, that means he was being coy about his illegal activity. No benefit of the doubt whatsoever. And that particular allegation was found on page 33 of renewal application number 3. And the ding is supporting document indicates the factual assertion is inaccurate. And Laura hinted at earlier that should read supporting document shows this is a lie. Okay, next one is heavily redacted. It just says court authorized, and as we've discussed previously, I'm dead positive that these redactions are referring to physical searches and describing documents or other records, say on a computer, that were found through these incredibly invasive investigative techniques. So it reads, court authorized redacted that appears to confirm that Page did in fact meet with such officials. That's on page number 35, and the ding is no supporting documentation. Again, with the redactions, court authorized redacted, Page planned to visit members or employees of quote-unquote inter-RAO. Russian active officers? RAS active officers? Or is that just a company? Never heard of it. I'm sorry I got so hung up on it, but that's brand new. It never came up before, and it's never been explained, obviously, so that's a roadblock to my brain. Okay, so let me just go over that one more time since I blew the flow. Court authorized redacted, Page planned to visit members or employees of quote-unquote inter-RAO. That's on page 42 of the third renewal application. 42. And the ding is altogether now no supporting documentation. JF says contractors, possible. I got no clue. So anything you say is much more supportable than what I've got, which is 0. So go for it. Next one. According to Halper, Page initially attempted to distance the think tank from Russian funding. When Halper reminded Page of his previous statement regarding the quote-unquote open checkbook, Page did not refute his previous comment and provided some reassurance to Halper about the likelihood of Russian financial support. If I remember correctly, what we read was that Page said that the idea of getting Russian funding to for his think tank, and that the Russians were interested in his think tank, did not have good optics. I'm paraphrasing here, and his lawyers had told him that it would not look good. And again, I'm paraphrasing. But is that included in this assertion? No. Again, make it whatever Page says, whatever someone with an R after their name says, make it look as illegal as possible. No room for a judgment that, in fact, they're telling the truth and that it's not nefarious. No room for that whatsoever. This is your FBI, folks. A political tool. Okay, that assertion is found on page 44 of renewal application number 3. And the ding is, yet again, no supporting documentation. The final one, court authorized, redacted. Again, that's got to be physical search of physical property that Page has access to. After the redaction, the document outlines what appear to be talking points that are meant to counter media reports that cast Page in a negative light. Heaven forbid a guy would write down how to defend himself against media slander provided by the FBI leaking like a sieve. Remember, the only reporting that the media did on any of this stuff during the campaign, during the transition, and during Trump's presidency, up till now, it has all been leaks. None of them have done investigative, if you will, journalism. They've all been sucking at the teat of the alphabet agencies or supposed leakers inside the White House, which again, none of these statements have been proven to be true. And yet, even though they're completely dependent upon these leaks, like a vampire bat is dependent upon the blood of the cattle that it bites, they get Pulitzer Prizes. There is no integrity in the media whatsoever. I mean, even the awards for best science fiction and fantasy, I believe they're called the Asimov Awards, I believe. I quit paying attention because it has gone completely social justice. It's not the best writing that gets the awards. It's the most woke writing that gets the awards. I mean, I used to buy the books, novellas, short stories, everything that won that award. All the categories. And for the last 15 years, 20 years, the rewards have been worthless. The awards, I should say, have been worthless. The writing that wins those awards is horrible. Not worth being published. Everything the left touches dies. Integrity in those institutions dies. And we're left to pick up the pieces and somehow make it right. It's going to take decades, folks. It's going to take decades. And every time a Democrat gets in office, no matter what level, it sets us back quite a ways. And yet, for some reason, the idiots in the Trump supporting districts who voted for Democrats for Congress, for the House of Representatives, somehow believed those Democrats were going to work on health care, on prescription drug prices, on infrastructure, and it was a complete lie. A complete and utter lie. They were there to give Nancy Pelosi the majority so she could start impeaching Trump. Anyone with half a brain knew that. Yet these idiots voted for the Democrats and gave the Democrats the majority in the House. And they have regretted it ever since, but it's too late. The damage has been done. And I blame them. I don't blame the Democrats. We knew from the very beginning that they were going to impeach Trump. Al Green said not too long ago that they've been looking to impeach Trump when he was just a candidate. As if you can impeach a candidate. This is a sitting U.S. representative who obviously has lost his mind. And he's giving away the Democrat game plan. We knew it from the start, but still, they are planning to continually impeach Trump. They are never going to stop until they're voted out of office. They are the party of impeachment. And we know who's to blame for that. The voters. Not Pelosi, not Al Green, not AOC, not Tlaib, not Omar, not Ringo. It's the voters who put those Democrats in office. Pardon me for borrowing a line from Game of Thrones, but shame. Those people deserve nothing but shame and scorn. And we can only hope they fix what they broke and get the Republicans back in control of Congress and the Senate. Keep the Republicans in control of the Senate. Because if the Republicans lose control of the Senate, you can kiss all those judge appointments goodbye. I have a lot of faith in the American people, but Laura makes an excellent point. Thank you for reminding me. Pretty much every one of those seats in California were stolen. That is an excellent point because I remember looking at the returns and a number of those California seats were won by double digit percentages. And yet the Democrats mined more and more votes, came up with, as far as I'm concerned, illegal votes or fraudulent votes, and over the course of weeks, ultimately won those seats. As you all know, I'm preaching to the choir here, but that is an excellent point, Laura. Once again, you're keeping me on my toes, and I really appreciate it. JF says they'll lose a lot of votes if this continues through the election. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. All they care about is getting Trump. That's all they care about. The optics, the harm to the country, the harm to the Constitution, to the process of impeachment, they don't give a damn. They are so blinded by their hate for Trump that they will lie, cheat, and steal in order to do what they believe is the righteous thing and get him kicked out of office. I'll read one more point here. JF says they'll lose a lot of votes if this continues through the election. And Laura answers about Al Green. He didn't lose his mind. They knew if he got in as president, they are going to jail. Yeah. Yeah. Excellent point. Excellent point. They're protecting the deep state. I believe there is a fair amount of TDS associated with that. But you're right, they are protecting the deep state. It's too late. The deep state has been exposed. Anyone who thought otherwise just needs to look at the machinations that allowed the quote-unquote whistleblowers statement to get through, even after the DOJ said there's nothing there. This guy doesn't meet the standard. The IG for the CIA illegally sent that information to Congress, to Schiff, which doesn't matter because Schiff had already met with the quote-unquote whistleblower and had the documents in his hand and merely needed the IG to give him the pretext for launching the investigation, for launching the impeachment. It's all so disgusting. That's the only word I can use. It's just disgusting. I need to shrink this document a little bit so I can fit the rest of it onto this page. The wrong way. Okay, here we go. I realize that's hard to read, but it's the only way I can get the bottom one in and still be able to read the columns designations. Okay, last one. Court authorized redacted, and again, that's got to be a physical search. The document outlines what appears to be talking points that are meant to counter media reports that cast Page in a negative light. That's on page 47 and 48 of the third renewal application. And again, the ding is no supporting documentation. There is more for application number 3. Renewal number 3. Is that? Yes, that'll be the end of Appendix 1 when we get to the end of this. Can I blow it back up? Let me see here. No, I've got to leave it there. Okay. Tell you what, I'll leave it blown up until I get to the bottom, and then I'll shrink it. That way, you guys can read along at least up until that point. Okay, again, this is renewal number 3. Renewal application number 3. Continuing with that factual assertion in FISA application. First, on this page. Page downplayed his interactions with Dvorkovich during his March 2017 interviews with the FBI. Now let's remember, Page voluntarily went to the FBI for these interviews. The FBI never called him in. Continuing. During these interviews, Page characterized his interaction with Dvorkovich in July 2016 as a simple introduction in passing and a brief handshake. And that, of course, was at the New Economics School commencement address that Page gave. And he met Dvorkovich in a receiving line. Okay, that's on page 53. And the ding is supporting documentation does not state this fact. Now again, this is the third renewal application. And look at all the mistakes on it. The FBI is desperately trying to continue the surveillance, even though they've got nothing, to quote Sergeant Schultz, in the previous 3 searches through his electronic records and his physical property. I remember the first application allowed the FBI to go backwards in Page's communications while he was still active in the Trump campaign. And they still got nothing. One last time, no documentary or testimonial evidence of bias. If anyone just bothered to read this appendix, just Appendix 1, then they couldn't have reported that without being liable for slander. Because it would have had to have been done with malicious intent, which is the standard for slander and libel. It's the only way you can say the media is being, I can't say fair, I can't say accurate, is not being malicious, is that they didn't read any of this. Which goes to show how bankrupt, morally bankrupt, the media is, to not take the time to familiarize themselves with this full document before reporting breathlessly that it exonerates Comey and the FBI. Uncle Bobbity says, lacking a factual basis for a quote-unquote matter, nicely referenced, never stopped the FBI from spying, lying, jailing, killing American citizens before. Why start now? I don't know about the killing part, unless you mean complicit in deaths, because we can point to the people who were illegally convicted, unjustly convicted of a murder. I believe there were 3 of them that was actually committed by the FBI's pet informant, Whitey Bulger, and one of them died in prison after being attacked by at least 1, if not 3 inmates. So that blood is on their hands. And remember, it was Mueller, who was the head of the field office in Boston at the time, who refused to submit exculpatory evidence to the court that would have resulted in these guys' convictions being overturned and they're being released from jail. Because again, they had to protect Whitey, who, thanks to a real investigation, was ultimately convicted and sent to jail for a damn long period of time. You may have other examples of the FBI being complicit in deaths, and feel free to put them in the chat. I'm just not aware of any. I'm no expert on past FBI history, so I'm not trying to be. Okay, next one. Steele is a former, and again, MI6 agent and former head of the Russian desk, and has been an FBI source since or about October 2013. And again, this is a lie that's been repeated through all 4 of them, all 4 applications. Steele has been... Sorry, there goes my nose again. Excuse me. That was painful. I'm going to leave it at that. That was incredibly painful. That's the first time. Thanks, Clarendon. You really cleared me up. What the hell is going on? Okay, let me just read through this inaccurate and oft-repeated lie. Steele's a former yada yada and has been an FBI source since on or about October 2013. Steele has been compensated approximately $95,000 by the FBI. The FBI assesses Steele to be reliable as previous reporting from Steele has been corroborated and used in criminal proceedings. We know that it's a complete and total lie, except for the money. That appeared on that appeared in file number 10 of the third renewal application. And the ding is, yet again, no supporting documentation. Next. In or about October 2016, the FBI suspended its relationship with Steele due to Steele's unauthorized disclosure of information to the press. That's in file number 10. And the ding is, supporting documentation does not state this fact. Next. Steele reported the information contained therein to the FBI over the course of several meetings with the FBI from in or about June 2016 through August 2016. In this application, that was in file number 10. And again, the ding is no supporting documentation. Next. In or about December 2008, Halper was opened as an FBI source. Stephen Halper, let me say. In or about January 2011, Stephen Halper was closed as an FBI source for, among other things, motivation for reporting, but not validity of reporting. Source number 2 was reopened in or about March 2011. Since that time, source number 2 has routinely provided reliable information that has been corroborated by the FBI. And again, I'm pretty sure that's Stephen Halper, although I don't remember this part about him. Okay, continuing. That was in file number 21, and altogether now the ding is no supporting documentation. Next, source number 2 has been compensated in excess of, and the amount is in doubt, somewhere between $400,000 and $1 million, since 2008. That is in file number 21, and again, the ding is no supporting documentation. Next, Steele told the FBI that he only provided this information to the business associate and the FBI, as in file number 22. This time, the ding is supporting document indicates the factual assertion is inaccurate. And as Laura properly pointed out earlier, not in so many words, but we discussed it, supporting document indicates this is a lie, should be the heading for that column. Next, according to information on its website, Gazprom Bank was founded by Gazprom to provide banking services for gas industry enterprises. That was in file number 26. No surprise here, the ding is no supporting documentation. Oh, I was able to fit it all in one line. I don't know why I thought otherwise. All right, final part here, folks. We finish this, we're done. This is the FBI's response to the Horowitz FISA report. I'll read it all here. It's on Department of Justice letterhead, and the subhead is Federal Bureau of Investigation. Office of the Director, Washington, D.C., and a zip code I can't really read all that well. December 6, 2019. To the Honorable Michael Horowitz, Inspector General, U.S. Department of Justice, Washington, D.C., and the zip, which is important. Dear Inspector General Horowitz, and again, this is being written by Christopher Wray. Thank you for the opportunity to respond to the Office of the Inspector General report titled Review of 4 FISA Applications and Other Aspects of the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane Investigation. And parenthetically, it says report. I'm sure what that means is it'll be referred to as the report from here on out. The Federal Bureau of Investigation, or FBI, appreciates the OIG's crucial independent oversight role and the thoroughness and professionalism your office brought to this work. The report's findings and recommendations represent constructive criticism that will make us stronger as an organization. We also appreciate the report's recognition that the FBI cooperated fully with this review and provided broad and timely access to all information requested by the OIG, including highly classified and sensitive material involving national security. FBI cooperated fully with this review? Let's see. How many times did Horowitz state in this report that the answers regarding omissions, lies, etc., in the Woods procedures, in the documentation on the FISA applications themselves, that the answers were not satisfactory and did not explain said problems? Also, the people who were no longer with the FBI, which are legion, in the case of Comey and McCabe, declined to get their classification level renewed so they could review classified documents, in an obvious move to keep themselves from having to answer the things that they did that are under classification. In my opinion, as I've said before, brilliant tactical move that I'm sure their lawyers had every input in making happen. So, the FBI cooperated fully with this review is a joke. Again, leading me to conclude that Christopher Wray is more concerned about the reputation of the FBI as opposed to fixing the broken FBI, which is what he inherited. I mean, just look at this, what I just read, and look at the way he's stonewalling Judicial Watch and their FOIA requests. That's all you need to know. Real quickly, an aside here, Uncle Bobbity says, too bad pundits haven't taken referring to AG Barr and Horowitz and Durham as this AG, this Inspector General, the same disrespectful way they say this president. Well, Uncle Bobbity, I don't think that's necessary because they've all called Barr basically Trump's puppet, an illegitimate AG, and etc. And Horowitz, I think they basically, I'm not sure, maybe they've basically left him alone. I don't remember any disparaging remarks directed distinctly at Horowitz. They just lie about what he said. But absolutely correct to point out how they call Trump this president. If they use the word president at all. I think that word president is normally preferenced with not my, or again, illegitimate, or cheating, president who cheated the election. Good point, Uncle Bobbity, good point. Okay, continuing. The report concludes that the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation and related investigations of certain individuals were opened in 2016 for an authorized purpose and with adequate factual predication. The report also details instances in which certain FBI personnel at times during the 2016-2017 period reviewed by the OIG did not comply with existing policies, neglected to exercise appropriate diligence, or otherwise failed to meet the standard of conduct that the FBI expects of its employees and that our country expects of the FBI. And again, Ray, that statement that the predication was factual and adequate, Durham and Barr don't agree with that, and they're going to have the final say. So stand by, dude. Stand by. Continuing. We are vested with significant authorities, and it is our obligation as public servants to ensure that these authorities are exercised with objectivity and integrity. Anything less falls short of the FBI's duty to the American people, which you have done, or not you, Ray, but which the FBI has done over and over and over again, not only under Hoover, but basically among every other FBI director since. Continuing. Accordingly, the FBI accepts the report's findings and embraces the need for thoughtful, meaningful remedial action. I have ordered more than 40 corrective steps to address the report's recommendations. Have you recommended firings or at least disciplinary procedures? That would be nice to know, and probably will not happen. Because our credibility, continuing, and brand are central to fulfilling our mission, we are also making improvements beyond those recommended by the OIG. And where certain individuals have been referred by the OIG for review of their conduct, the FBI will not hesitate to take appropriate disciplinary action if warranted at the completion of the required procedures for disciplinary review. Well, okay. Ray addressed it. I jumped the gun, which I do quite often, but he used weasel words. So there's no doubt he's going to be protecting these people as much as possible, in my opinion. If people get demoted, I would be amazed. Continuing. Below is a summary of the actions we are taking, which we describe in more detail in the attachment to this letter. First, we are modifying our processes under the FISA, both for initial applications and renewals, to enhance accuracy and completeness. That's what the Woods procedures were supposed to do, Ray. The FBI relies on FISA every day in national security investigations to prevent terrorists and foreign intelligence services from harming the United States. We are making concrete changes to ensure that our FISA protocols, verifications, layers of review, record-keeping requirements, and audits are more stringent and less susceptible to mistake or inaccuracy. Let me take a drink here. Less susceptible. Again, another weasel word. These new processes will also ensure that the FISA court and the Department of Justice are apprised of all information in the FBI's holdings relevant to a determination of probable cause. How are you going to make that happen, Ray? Are you just going to yell at them? Don't do it again? Second, we undertook an extensive review of investigative activity based out of FBI headquarters. The FBI is a field-based law enforcement organization, and the vast majority of our investigations should continue to be worked by our field offices. Moving forward, in the very rare instance when FBI headquarters run a sensitive investigation, we are requiring prior approval by the FBI Deputy Director and, underlined, consultation with the Assistant Director in charge or Special Agent in charge of the affected field offices. No notice to the DOJ. Again, the foxes are keeping the henhouse. Continuing. Third, we are making significant changes to how the FBI manages its confidential human source program. Many FBI investigations rely on human sources, but the investigative value derived from CHS-provided information rests in part on the CHS's credibility, which demands rigorous assessment of the source. The modifications we are making to how the FBI collects, documents, and shares information about CHSs will strengthen our assessment of the information these sources are providing. So are you going to correct the VMU's procedures about not including derogatory information about a source because they don't like to dwell on non-facts, as they called them, or words to that effect? Excuse me. Where's my mouse? Here we go. Picasso knows is going to have to step away, so she checked on my coffee supply, and it turns out I do need more. So she's hooking me up. I'll continue. Yeah, that was the last of it, so I really did need more. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption. It wasn't necessary, though, so I appreciate your patience. Okay, so continuing. Fourth, I am establishing new protocols for the FBI's participation in Office of the Director of National Intelligence, or ODNI, led counterintelligence transition briefings, i.e. strategic intelligence briefings, provided to presidential nominees. The FBI's role in these briefings should be for national security purposes and not, underlined, for investigative purposes. Continued participation by the FBI in these transition briefings is critical to ensuring continuity in the event of a change in administrations. The new FBI protocols about transition briefings will complement procedures already implemented by the FBI earlier this year to govern the separate category of defensive briefings. The FBI gives defensive briefings, which are based on specific threat information in a wide variety of contexts and for a myriad federal, state, and other public and private individuals and entities. The procedures we recently established for defensive briefings regarding malign foreign influence efforts have brought a new rigor and discipline to whether and how such briefings should proceed. To whether such briefings should proceed? Why wouldn't you not give a defensive briefing? Why include the word whether? Strange. What, and thank you, Picasso knows, I appreciate it. And the other thing that's stuck in my mind here in this paragraph is the FBI's role in these briefings should be for national security briefings and underlined, not for investigative purposes. I would like that have said, and no longer for investigative purposes. Because he says should be. Maybe I'm reading too much into that. I don't know. It seems a little less than definitive than what I would have liked if I were on the receiving end of one of these briefings. Let's see. Okay, continuing. Fifth, I am mandating a specialized semi-annual training requirement for FBI personnel at all levels who handle FISA and CHS matters. This training will be experience-based and it will cover specific lessons learned from this report along with other new and revised material. Excuse me. Hot, but good. Continuing. Earlier in my tenure as director, I reinstated an annual ethics training program for all FBI employees. Who the hell stopped the annual ethics training? What the hell? Did Comey stop it? Did Mueller stop it? Somebody had to take that out of the syllabus. Unbelievable. Again, the J. Edgar Hoover FBI, folks. Read it and weep. Earlier in my, let me just go over that again. Earlier in my tenure as director, I reinstated an annual ethics training program for all FBI employees because I learned that the training had been discontinued in prior years. While that training was not introduced in response to this report, all current FBI employees involved in the 2016-2017 events reviewed by the OIG have since completed this additional training in ethics and professional responsibility. So what are you saying, Ray? That you re-educated them and now they're fine? I mean, let's remember, Ray had access to the Nunes memo too. And so did the FISA court. And it looks like neither of them communicated with each other about what Nunes had found. And certainly the FISA court blew him off. And it doesn't look like Ray took it to heart. This is painting over rust, as opposed to grinding the rust off, putting on a new coat of primer, and then painting it, in my opinion. Uncle Bobbity says lack of adequate training is silly bureaucratic dodging from FBI top ranks. From FBI. Top ranks broke rules knowingly. Instead of jail sentences, we are promised new quote-unquote training where they go to a boardroom and laugh. I couldn't have said it better myself, which is often the case when Uncle Bobbity speaks. Same with Laura, same with everybody, really, all you guys. All you guys are right on top of this stuff. I'm just a babbling monkey. You guys do all the heavy lifting. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all current FBI employees involved in the I'm reading again, 2016-2017 events reviewed by the OIG have since completed this additional training in ethics and professional responsibility. Ray, if you had taken the proper action and fired these F-ups, they wouldn't have needed remedial training. Ray says, re-education camp, fun for all, bring the whole family. That's the way it happens. They round everybody up. But, what the hell? Yeah, just... JF says, training only happens on Friday after lunch at the pub. Okay. Also well done. Yes, I'm sure it's catered. I'm sure it's catered by one of the better food outlets in D.C. Our tax dollars at play. This is amazing that any of the people involved in this events would have just needed remedial training in ethics and professional responsibility. Even if the ethics training had been discontinued before Ray got there, You think really that you would have to go over it once a year? I mean, I know I was obviously visibly upset that they had discontinued it. But you think an FBI agent or upper level personnel would be able to retain a modicum of their initial ethics training. But that's obviously not the case. But as Uncle Bobbity said so eloquently, lack of adequate training is bureaucratic dodging by the top ranks who broke rules knowingly. Instead of jail sentences, were promised new training, quote unquote, where they go to a boardroom and laugh. Absolutely. And it's, to use my rather spotty analogy, simile, if you will, it's like putting a coat of paint over rust. Or better yet, coating over black mold. Painting over black mold. Sooner or later, it's going to show through again. None of the people involved in this, except for the dread Pirate Evans and a couple other folks above the rank of supervisory special agent, should still have a job at the FBI. I know Peter Strzok got sent to HR initially, which is a death sentence. But I don't think HR at the FBI has room for 40 people. And every one of those FISA judges should be fired. Every one of them. If not impeached. That may be taken a little too far, but I think a case could be made. That's what's bothering me right now. Nobody, except for a few Republicans, are talking about the inadequacies of the FISA court in all this, if not the actual complicity in this trampling on of Carter Page's constitutional rights. Again, I've heard a few people bring up their March funding renewal hearing, but there needs to be a very loud outcry about the piss poor job the FISA court has done in maintaining its integrity and maintaining the integrity of the people who come before it with applications for warrants. That has never been done. Some group needs to kick the fisc in the butt. And as I said before the other day, if that hearing is on C-SPAN, we'll do it together. We will do it together. And if any of you hear about it and you haven't seen any information from me, a standalone, a teaser about us, covering it, and you know when it's going to happen, please get in touch with me. Comment in any video, whatever you want to do. I see every comment that is posted to these videos. I read every one of them. Sometimes YouTube won't let me reply because YouTube is broken. But I read every review. I read every comment. Definitely. So if you hear about it before I say anything, make sure you let me know. We cannot let this hearing slip through our fingers. It's too important. Uncle Bobbity says, President Trump, beautifully misspelled, this is our last chance to wash away the rot of the heart of the FBI. Otherwise, Boogaloo 2 is our only avenue left to us by the founders. I exactly know your reference, and there's every reason to believe that's possible. Okay, real quickly, I know I keep trampling over what we're doing here. I was reading the Daily Wire earlier, and any of you who read the Daily Wire know the news section. They are terrible at copy editing. It looks like they let all of their writers do their own editing, do their own spell checking or for syntax, whatever. And they're terrible at it. It drives me nuts. It's hard to stay inside the narrative of a well-researched piece if the person putting the text on the screen doesn't know what the F they're doing. So, I was reading a piece by Ben Shapiro himself about the anti-Semitism that's going on, especially in New York and New Jersey, and how no one in the local government of those two states is doing a damn thing to address it, and has refused to own up to their own responsibility in what's happening. Instead, always blaming it on Trump. And this word came up in that article. I know from the context, I know explicitly from the context, that the word Ben was using was actually, there is no doubt whatsoever that the word he was using was actually. I'm about to post in the chat how it was spelled. I'm not kidding. Look it up for yourself, because I've yet to see a Daily Wire article taken down due to incredible errors in how it was formatted, whatever. I mean, it was literally spelled phonetically. So that leads me to believe that Ben dictated this article to tape or digital recording, whatever. And the idiot who wrote it out for the website doesn't know how to spell actually. Who in the world are they hiring at Daily Wire? Doesn't ZipRecruiter put a line in there for literacy? Thomas Dyson, welcome to the chat. It's actually spelled. I have to pronounce these. It's all phonetically spelled, and it doesn't make any sense unless I read them out. I read the letters out loud. Thomas Tyson says it's actually spelled AKSHELLY, and then the word spelled, and then in quotes, it is AQSHWELLE. That is hilarious. That is absolutely beautiful. Thomas, I don't know where you came from. I don't know if you've been lurking, whatever. But for the first entry into the chat that I've seen you do, I'm not saying you haven't been in before, but I'm saying for the first entry in the chat that I've seen you do, you get a gold star. That is amazing. Hello, Lucy. I'm almost done, Kat. Do you have to get in my way now? Stay off the keyboard. Stay off the keyboard. Come on, settle down. No, you're not getting up on my shoulder. No. Okay, kitty cat's somewhat stable, unlike me. All right, we're in the home stretch, folks. Again, this is Christopher Wray responding to the Horowitz FISA review on Carter on the FISA applications for Carter Page. Subsequent 4 warrants that, as far as I'm sure we're all concerned, were illegally obtained. Lucy, don't rub the microphone. They won't be able to hear me. Come on. You might have heard her purr through all that. All right, let me get through this. Finally, We will review the performance and conduct of certain FBI employees who were referenced in the report's recommendations, including managers, supervisors, and senior officials at the time. The FBI will take appropriate disciplinary action where warranted. Notably, many of the employees described in the report are no longer employed at the FBI, a point that we've made several times. Oh, Lucy, come on. Come on, stop it. Oh, I love you too. Yes, thank you for the nose kiss. Thank you. Good kitty. Good kitty. Yes, good kitty. Softest purr in the world. Do you mind? I'm almost done, Kat. I am almost done. Thank you. Oh, great. Now you're on the keyboard. Get off the keyboard. Come on. All right. Last two paragraphs. I want to emphasize that the FBI's participation in this process was undertaken with my express direction to be as transparent as possible by honoring our duty to protect sources and methods that, if disclosed, might make Americans less safe. So what about the less than satisfactory responses, Ray? Did you tell your people to obfuscate? Continuing. Where protection of certain sensitive information is well-founded, I remain committed to upholding the laws and long-standing policies governing classification and public release. What the hell's that got to do with anything? Continuing, I am just as committed to the principle that possible embarrassment and chagrin to the FBI or its employees is not underlined and should never be the basis of a decision not to divulge FBI information. Okay. Continuing. The FBI has worked closely with the OIG and DOJ on the classification issues implicated by the report. Our joint process with the OIG and DOJ has ensured all material facts could be presented in this report, with redactions carefully limited and narrowly tailored to specific national security and operational concerns. So in other words, don't tell anybody that we not only invaded Carter Page's electronic privacy, but we invaded his physical privacy as well. And we don't want America to know that. All right, last sentence there. I am grateful for the mutual assistance of the OIG and DOJ in responsible presentation of this extremely sensitive information. And I'll say once again, you don't hear the Republicans screaming for the removal of the redactions, unlike the Democrats with the Mueller report. I mean, let's remember the Mueller report was written for the Democrats. It was their baby. And the redactions were required by law because they're all 6E material. Or that's a designation for federal grand jury material, which is not to be released to the public unless under a direct court order. And the Democrats demanded that those redactions, again, legal, lawful, and required redactions, be lifted, merely because they were unhappy with the Mueller report and were hoping against hope that out of that 3% of redactions in the 434-page report, or was it 445? Anyway, 454-page report, that would be the smoking gun with which they could nail Trump to the wall and finally put this imposter out of office, in their thinking. Once again, zero integrity, that's it. Zero integrity. There's no other way to put it. The Democrats are complete completely led by emotion, no logic. They want what they want, and they want it now. And anyone who says no must be destroyed. I don't think I can put it any other way. SRS 4859, afternoon to you too. We're done. I've got one more paragraph to read and we're done, dude. I'm sorry you couldn't have been with us earlier. This is probably one of the best chats we've ever had. But you'll be able to review it. Remember, when I publish these videos, the chat is included. Unlike the Young Turks and CNN, who hide the chat and hide the comments, I don't do that. Partly because this, again, is probably the best chat on YouTube. I know everyone says that, but let's be honest. It's funny, informative, dead on, every time. Thank you, SRS 4859. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Now, just to fill you in on one thing, SRS, I was saying earlier, when the hearing for the FISA court comes up for their funding renewal, anyone who hears when that's going to happen, please get in touch with me if I haven't already cut a trailer announcing when we'll be covering it. It's my intention to cover it live. I'm sure it'll be on C-SPAN. And if not Fox, CNN and MSNBC won't go near it, of course. But it may be on Fox and definitely on C-SPAN. So if you hear about it, and I haven't said anything already, make sure you get in touch with me. And the easiest way is to put a comment on any video, preferably the most recent one, because I read every comment. I get notified every time a comment comes through, and I never miss one. Well, make it al dente, Uncle Bobbity. Make it al dente. All right, last paragraph. And we will have absolutely put this thing to bed. Since becoming FBI director in August 2017, again, this is Christopher Wray, I have emphasized to FBI agents, analysts, and staff the importance of doing things the right way by the book. I'm sorry, whenever I see that phrase, I can't help but think of the Susan Rice memo that she tried to backdate to cover Obama's ass, sorry kids, language, after their meeting in the Oval Office about Crossfire Hurricane, which we know was updated to Obama at every opportunity. Because as the text said, between Strzok and Page, POTUS wants to know everything we're doing. But the Susan Rice memo says, quotes Obama as saying we need to do everything by the book. And it's repeated a second time in that quote-unquote memorialization of that meeting, which was obviously CYA. SRS 4859, I lost my dad the same way. That's no other way to put it. Let me finish this, and I'll tell you the story, or the new addition to the story. Let me start the paragraph over. I'll just read it straight through. Since becoming FBI director in August 2017, I have emphasized to FBI agents, analysts, and staff the importance of doing things the right way by the book. I am humbled to serve alongside these dedicated men and women, and I am confident that the actions we are taking will strengthen our historic institution, ensure that we continue to discharge our responsibilities objectively and free from political bias, and better position us to protect the American people against threats while upholding the Constitution. Sincerely, Christopher A. Wray, Director, and there is an enclosure. And this is, Holy shinola, folks. I did not know these were there. How much farther do we have to go? Hey, come on, page down. You're supposed to work. There we go. Okay, not that much longer. I was worried it was going to be all 40. Actually, this may be all 40 of the things that Ray was talking about. I don't know what it is, actually. I didn't read this far ahead. Okay, real quickly before I get into it, so we can, so I can, not leave you hanging. One of my nephews got married a week ago today, and my wife and I drove down 2 hours from here to attend. I wore my brace in the car all the way, but I took it off so I wouldn't look like the Bionic Man during the service, because my suit obviously isn't cut to cover a back brace with a chest protector. So I'm talking to my sister. She looks gorgeous. Her dress was perfect. And it didn't show off the bride, of course, but it was an incredible dress. So my sister really nailed it. And I thought my suit looked great, although it turned out it had moth holes in it. I didn't know this, but I have a moth infestation in my closet, and the little buggers ate holes all over the sleeves of my new suit. So I looked like an idiot. Anyway, I'm talking to my sister, and I said, we're not going to stay for the lunch, because as you told me there was a family table, and I don't want to sit by Dad. I believe I told you all the story about how I offended him by giving a couple facts about Tim Pool versus CNN, and he decided that he was never going to talk to me again. So I said I can't sit at the same table with Dad, so we're not going to stay. And my sister said, no. You can sit wherever you want. It's not a round, it's a long table. And I said, okay. That'll work perfectly then. And so I walk up to the usher, tell him we're with the groom, and he takes us to the front pew and points to where we should sit. He says, you need to leave room for 4 people on your left, close to the aisle. So obviously that'll be my sister, my brother-in-law, and whomever else. So I sit down at the end of our group of people, and as I'm sitting there, I'm just making jokes, like the piano player who was providing the interlude music. I pointed out that she did not have a tip jar, which I found funny, and things like that. And then the usher brings the people who are sitting to my left up to the pew. And the first one to come in is my dad. So I'm sitting right next to him. And I decided to be the bigger man. And I shook his hand, and I said, Dad. And he goes, son. And I said, Dad, I love you. I thought, that'll take care of it. He'll see that I still care, and we can get past this. And he said, in a lower voice, I love you too. Those were the last words he spoke to me for the next 3 hours. We went to our table after the service, and I wound up sitting, because the usher, again, told us where to sit. I wound up sitting across and 1 seat over from my father. And he wouldn't even look at me during the meal and the conversation afterwards. No eye contact whatsoever. He never reacted to any of my jokes, which are usually fairly well received. And I decided that I was not going to engage him or bring him into any conversation that I was having. And it looked like he was totally fine with that. In fact, I think it made it a better evening for him. Afternoon, I should say. I ultimately had a long conversation with my, if you will, nephew-in-law about Star Wars. He's a huge Star Wars geek, and I am too, so it was a great conversation. And my dad left before I did. And that made it tolerable for the rest of the time I sat at the table talking with everybody. He has not called me, and I'm not calling him. So there it is. That's my dad. Because I said two true things about CNN that were not mean, that were not ill-intended, and that were not untrue. They weren't direct assaults on CNN. They're just two things about Tim Pool and his interactions with CNN. And I won't be coy, I'll tell you. The first thing I said was, and again, this is in response to questioning from my sister, because Picasso knows and I brought up Tim Pool at the table, and how he's one of the YouTubers we watch every day. And I said two things you should know about Tim. He has a problem with CNN on two fronts, or on one front. He was gassed almost to death, tear gassed almost to death, at the Ferguson riots. A block away, Don Lemon was reporting for CNN remotely, and Don Lemon said, as Tim Pool was almost suffocated to death by lungs full of tear gas, Don Lemon said, well, at least the police aren't using tear gas in the crowd yet. And then the second thing I said was, interestingly enough, I'm quoting myself, I remember this very, very vividly. Interestingly enough, sometimes one of Tim's videos gets more views than any of CNN's videos published that same day. So, my dad was standing up near the microwave, a little bit away from me, and because again, we're in the kitchen. That's what Midwest families do. You don't talk in the front room, you talk in the kitchen. And he goes, very coldly, very measuredly, he says, if you're going to talk about CNN, I'm going to talk about Fox. Now, he had said something like that once before during the campaign, where I made a joke about Hillary sending Polaris missiles after a shed in the Ukraine, because she understood that Russian trolls and hackers were housed in it. And when I made that joke, he said, if you're going to talk about Hillary, I'm going to talk about Trump. To which I replied, in both instances, go ahead. I don't care. But aside from what I just described to you at the service, my father has not spoken to me since that day, which was in May of last year. So there's TDS for you. Ray, okay, Ray, you asked for it. Locust family. One more story, and then we'll get into the FBI's response to the OIG report. I used to work at a restaurant in my hometown. I was a busboy and dishwasher. I was never allowed to cook. I was never allowed to wait tables. Those were my jobs. So basically, pissant level jobs. Sorry, kids' language. And we had a salad bar. And we had a very good salad bar. A lot of interesting things on it. Pickled beets, garbanzo beans, kidney bean salad, a great salad, always fresh, etc., etc. And the salad bar was only put out on Sundays. And it was an all-you-can-eat. there was this family who came in from a nudist colony that was about 40 minutes away in Indiana, because we lived in far eastern Illinois, so the Indiana border was fairly close. At least they were wearing their clothes, but none of them were naked attractive. None of them. In fact, they looked pretty inbred. Again, we're talking about western Indiana, so take it that with a grain of salt. They would come in, and they would decimate the salad bar. There were about 5 of them, and I could not keep things filled up fast enough. There was nothing left by the time they would leave, and they would stay there for at least an hour, just wiping out the salad bar. So I called them the Locust family, for obvious reasons. Here's the interesting part. The only thing out of that entire salad bar, and I'm talking about a big bowl of salad and 20 side dishes, they would never touch the pickled herring. That's the only thing that was ever left when they would leave the restaurant, was the pickled herring. So, that's the Locust family story, Ray. That's a great idea, Thomas. You know what, though? I like the idea of sending him the Epic Times. I've considered sending my dad a subscription to the Daily Wire. In fact, I think HB should have a subscription to the Daily Wire. He quotes it so often. He uses so much of their material. I think it's only fair that he sends some money their way, but that's my opinion. It's not like he can't afford it. But again, that's my opinion. I'm not trying to sway anybody to my way of thinking. I'm not trying to make an argument. It's just a statement of my personal feelings. But I like the idea of the Epic Times, and I'm not surprised at his reaction. But I do like pointing him out to the triads. Or wait, are the Chinese the Tong? Which is that? Am I even close? I think the triads are actually Japanese, and the Tong is Chinese. You'll know better than I. Anyway, all right. That's Laura. I knew someone in this chat would love pickled herring. I knew it. There had to be at least one person who would hold up the tradition of pickled herring. And it was good pickled herring too. It wasn't the cheap stuff. It was good stuff. But they never touched it. Okay, I think I've fulfilled my obligations. As Crowder used to say before every one of his episodes, he no longer does that. By the way, when he introduces everybody, then he would say something in kind of a legal frame, and he would say, "I believe I fulfilled my obligations." I don't know why he stopped doing that. I never thought of it before till just now, seeing that in the chat. I don't know. I never feed Lucy table scraps because she has a very sensitive stomach, so she doesn't get that. Now, Harley and Piper get a lot of chicken from chicken noodle soup, chicken dumpling soup, chicken wings. Although lately Piper's been very picky about the chicken. She only likes the chicken from the wings that we get from one of our local pubs. But Piper loves sushi, and Piper hates it. Now, okay, this pickled herring SRS was in the cream sauce. not the. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you just said that. The sour cream. I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, that's what it was. It was in the cream sauce. Thomas, no, Harley and Piper and Lucy, they're all cats. We had dogs. We had a lovely pair of dogs, and we lost them tragically. One was diagnosed with diabetes, and I had her put down immediately. I'm not one of those people who will give their dog shots to keep them hanging around and watch the dog become crippled with neuropathy and become blind, and they keeping them around. If you've done that, that's your choice. I do not support it. I don't think you're a bad person. I just don't support that line of thinking. But so I had Lucy put down immediately when I found out she had diabetes. Now, her sister, they were sisters, they were litter mates, although they had different fathers. Some of you may know that female dogs can be impregnated by different male dogs in the same cycle. It's weird, but it promotes genetic diversity, so there you go. So they were technically half sisters. And the dog we put down first, her name was Lucky. And she was called Lucky because after the litter had been born, for some reason she crawled under the porch of the house where the dogs were littered, and it was very difficult to get her out. But they managed to, and so she was fine. She wasn't malnourished or anything. They got her out right away. And the other dog was Shadow, who had kind of a shepherd look to her, but more black, not as much brown. And Eileen, I doxed her. Picasso knows. Please don't say that around her. Just say Picasso knows. Don't let her know that I blurted that out. Picasso knows. Went to the dogs because she'd gone to the shelter, and the shelter didn't have any puppies, but they said there was a litter just born at such and such an address. You should check it out. They're probably all still there. So Lucky would walk around, and this other dog, who didn't look anything like her, would follow her around. They were never separated. They always were together. And so Picasso knows called the second dog Shadow because she was always in Lucky's shadow. Or you could put it that she was always shadowing Lucky. You can read that either way, depending on how you like to use the word. So we put Lucky down. We still had Shadow. In about a week, Shadow became unresponsive. She would stand by your bed and pant all night. You never knew when she wanted to go outside. She was disconnected from reality. She had lost her best friend. And so, about 3 weeks after Lucky died, we had to put Shadow down. And as you can see, I'm still quite emotional about it. And I just couldn't give my heart to another dog. I couldn't go through that pain again. Cats are easier. They don't require as much attention. They don't give as much attention back. So they're easier to deal with in that regard. And so that's why they're all cats. I'm sorry. Not very professional. So I hope that covers it, Thomas. All right. Enough of me. Let's finish this puppy. I'm sorry I led you guys to believe that we were done. I had no idea these were attached. So I know this seems fairly inconsequential after all that, but we are here for this report, so it's important that I finish it as promised. The Federal Bureau of Investigation's response to the report, December 6, 2019. Recommendations from the OIG appear verbatim in italics. Okay, so this first section I'm going to read is in all italics. 1. The Department and the FBI should ensure that adequate procedures are in place for the OI to obtain all relevant and accurate information, including access to confidential human source, or CHS, information needed to prepare FISA applications and renewal applications. This effort should include revising A. the FISA request form to ensure information is identified for OI, lowercase Roman numeral 1, that tends to disprove, does not support, or is inconsistent with a finding or an allegation that the target is a foreign power or an agent of a foreign power, or lowercase Roman numeral 2, that bears on the reliability of every CHS whose information is relied upon in the FISA application, including all information from the derogatory subfile recommended below. B. The Woods form, lowercase Roman numeral 1, to emphasize to agents and their supervisors the obligation to re-verify factual assertions repeated from prior applications and to obtain written approval from CHS handling agents of all CHS source characterization statements and applications, and lowercase Roman numeral 2, to specify what steps must be taken and documented during the legal review performed by an FBI Office of General Counsel, or OGC, line attorney, and SCS level supervisor before submitting the FISA application package to the FBI Director for certification. C. The FISA procedures to clarify which positions may serve as the supervisory reviewer for OGC, and D. Taking any other steps deemed appropriate to ensure the accuracy and completeness of information provided to OI. And again, that's a recommendation from Horowitz, and now the FBI's response. The FBI fully accepts these recommendations and is taking the following actions, many of which exceed the OIG's specific recommendations. How good for you, Ray. 1. Supplementing the FISA request form with new questions, including a checklist of relevant information which will direct agents to provide additional information and to collect all details relevant to the consideration of a probable cause finding, emphasizing the need to err on the side of disclosure. And I'll have to ask, why didn't the FISA court demand this already? Continuing. 2. Requiring that all information known at the time of the request and bearing on the reliability of a CHS whose information is used to support the FISA application is captured in the FISA request form and verified by the CHS handler. 3. Adding re-verification directives to the FISA verification form, known as the Woods form, which will require agents and their supervisors to attest to their diligence in re-verifying facts from prior factual applications and to confirm that any changes or clarifying facts to the extent needed are in the FISA renewal application. 4. Improving the FISA verification form by adding a section devoted to CHS, including a new certification related to the CHS originated content in the FISA application by the CHS handler and CHS related information that requires confirmation by the CHS handler, which will be maintained in the CIS file. 5. And adding an affirmation to the FISA verification form that, to the best of the agent's and supervisor's knowledge, OI has been apprised of all information that might reasonably call into question the accuracy of the information in the application or otherwise raise doubts about the requested probable cause finding or the theory of the case. Again, he's leaving it up to the agents to do their job. The Woods procedures were supposed to fix all this. As I see it, Ray's just adding layers of board on top of a pile of quicksand. Board that doesn't go edge to edge, that is actually cut too short. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm not an FBI agent. I'm not an FBI manager. So I could be reading this not in good faith. But as Uncle Bobbity says, bureaucracy begets bureaucracy, and that is too true, too true. Remember, it's not that you have poor quality agents. It's just that you don't have enough layers to the process. 6. Let's see, did I read that already? No. Adding a checklist to the FISA verification form that walks through the new and existing steps for the supervisor who is affirming the case agent's accuracy review prior to his or her signature, affirming the completeness of the accuracy review. Okay, so let me stop there. All of these steps that he's adding, remember what we were told in the report, that these agents are filling out FISA requests every day. The FISC sees over 1,000 requests every year, something like that, and some of them are presented with within hours, I should say, of the initiation. All that I see this doing is adding so many steps that the agents who are wanting these FISA warrants have no choice but to go around them, or they'll never get the request in. Does anyone see it that way? Is it just me? I don't know. That's how I read it. This is even more of a reason for the agents and the supervisors in charge of these FISA requests to cut corners. King James makes an excellent point. As I mentioned earlier, the FBI that I grew up with and admired from afar just doesn't seem to exist anymore. How can usually fix it? How can you fix it? It needs to be completely overhauled. For that, I'm very sad. Yeah. It's the FBI and the FISA court are linked like Siamese twins. And I haven't heard the FISA court come out with any recommendations on its end to fix the process, to make the process more fair, more accurate, more lawful. And if the FBI just adds all these layers that agents will probably skirt in order to get these FISA warrants through, and the court says, well, the FBI added all these layers, so no need for me to check it. The FBI's gotten everything right. I can just rubber stamp this like I have throughout my entire tenure on the court. Nothing's fixed. So again, that's how I see it. If anyone disagrees, feel free to. No judgments. I'm ranting now. I'm just ranting. But that's how I read it. 7. Formalizing the role of FBI attorneys in the legal review process for FISA applications to include identification of the point at which SCS level FBI OGC personnel will be involved, which positions may serve as the supervisory legal reviewer, and establishing the documentation required for the legal review. Are you going to give them access to the Woods files, Ray? I don't see that anywhere. 8. Creating and teaching a case study based on the OIG report findings, analyzing all steps of that particular FISA application and its renewals to show FBI personnel the errors, omissions, failures to follow policy, and communication breakdowns, and to instruct where new or revised policies and procedures will apply so that mistakes of the past are not repeated. Ray actually believes that by quote-unquote fixing the process, that there will no longer be agents with broken ethics who will do all they can to put through false FISA applications. He's talking about the process, but can he fix the broken agents? That's what I want to know. Excuse me. Next. 9. Requiring serialization of completed FISA verification forms in the FBI's case management system to increase accountability and transparency. Wait a minute. They weren't numbered before? How were you keeping track of them? Word searches? This just gets more and more upsetting. 10. Developing and requiring new training focused on FISA process rigor and the steps FBI personnel must take at all levels to make sure that OI and the FISC are apprised of all information in the FBI's holdings at the time of an application that would be relevant to a determination of probable cause. So the agents just don't document the bad parts, the exculpatory parts, I should say. I mean, that was obviously a problem in the OIG report to begin with. Poor documentation, no paper trails, placeholders in FISA applications in the Woods folders with no documentation attached to them. It's all window dressing. It's all window dressing. 11. Identifying and pursuing short and long-term technological improvements in partnership with DOJ that will aid in consistency and accountability. What are you going to do? Put in a wind turbine farm? That was flippant. Sorry, that had no real worth. It was just a flippant comment. Whatever. 12. The last one. Directing the FBI's recently expanded Office of Integrity and Compliance to work with the FBI's Resource Planning Office to identify and propose audit, review, and compliance mechanisms to ensure the above changes to the FISA process are effective. In addition, OIC has been directed to evaluate whether other compliance mechanisms would be beneficial to the implementation of the changes detailed below. Okay, this is the second recommendation from the report in italics. 2. The Department and FBI should evaluate which types of sensitive investigative matters, or SIMs, require advance notification to a senior department official, such as the Deputy Attorney General, in addition to the notifications currently required for SIMs, especially for case openings that implicate core First Amendment activity and establish implementing policies and guidance as necessary. Now the FBI's response. The FBI fully accepts this recommendation and is taking the following actions. 1. Identifying in consultation with the DOJ which types of SIMs warrant coordination with a senior department official, implementing heightened FBI approval requirements for the opening of these SIMs, and establishing related processes. So what if you get another coup cabal, if I may borrow a phrase from Tom Fitton, who put together another headquarters special and not notify anybody? How are you preventing that? You're not. There's always going to be bad actors. You can't regulate away bad actors. Excuse me. Okay. 2. Again, this is the FBI's response. Training FBI personnel on the changes to ensure that the FBI workforce is consistently recognizing and applying the new requirements and processes for the identified types of SIMs. Okay. This is the third recommendation by the OIG. 3. The FBI should develop protocols and guidelines for staffing and administrating any future sensitive investigative matters from FBI headquarters. Okay, this is what I was just talking about. I jumped the gun. So let's see what Ray says they're going to do. Response. The FBI response. The FBI fully accepts this recommendation. Prior to receiving this recommendation, the FBI established a working group that reviewed all FBI headquarters investigations. This review resulted in the closing of those investigations not falling within certain limited exceptions or transferring those cases to the appropriate field offices. Jesus, how many were there? Again, the people are broken. The people are broken. I'm continuing. In addition, the FBI is taking the following actions affecting all potential FBI headquarters investigations. 1. Establishing protocols and guidelines for the rare circumstances when a FBI headquarters-led investigation might be appropriate. 2. Requiring consultation with the assistant directors in charge or special agents in charge of all affected field offices prior to the opening of any FBI headquarters investigation. 3. Requiring FBI Deputy Director approval prior to opening any FBI headquarters SIM. 4. Developing and implementing protocols to ensure FBI headquarters-led investigations follow the structure of field-led investigations, apply the same investigative rigor, and engage in timely and relevant information sharing with the appropriate field offices. What if they don't want to? It's a headquarters special. What makes you think they're going to share information with field offices? Again, Ray's concerned with the optics of the FBI, in my opinion. This is all window dressing. Okay, and finally, in this list, 5, instituting an annual audit of investigative files opened at FBI headquarters during the previous year. That I like. That is actually a policy that will hold people accountable as long as the people doing the audit, are trustworthy. So let's see who Ray picks to do these audits. Okay, the last sentence in this point. The purpose of the audit will be to determine whether each investigation complies with policy and if it should remain an FBI headquarters-run investigation. So, unless the headquarters special runs more than a year, it won't be audited. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I've got to sit back in this chair. I was sitting upright and it's killing me. Let me crank back a little bit. There we go. Okay. All right. Point 4 from the OIG. The FBI should address the problems with the administration and assessment of CHSs identified in this report and at a minimum should A. Revise its standard CHS admonishment form to include a prohibition on the disclosure of the CHS's relationship with the FBI to third parties absent the FBI's permission, and assess the need to include other admonishments in the standard CHS admonishments. Uncle Bobby, you're a mean person. You are a mean person. Shame on you. Now my stomach is grinding. I only had a bowl of mayo. Oh, mayo. Good Lord. Oh my God, what's it called? My mind just suddenly went blank. Oh my God. It's like cream of rice, but with wheat. Oh my God, what the hell am I talking about? I eat it every day and I can't remember the name of it. This is insane. Multimeal. Multimeal. There we go. Okay. Grits with lots of butter. SRS 4859, if grits aren't cooked exactly the way I like them, and I can't describe it properly, it's just it's a thing with me. I can't go near them. And it's got to be the long way. They can't be instant. But I mean, if they don't know what they're doing, if it's just some short order cook who's slinging it, I won't go near it. I will not go near it. That's my take on grits. If they're done properly, I can eat a lot. But if they're off by just a little bit, I'm pushing them to the side. Okay, that was point A in the OIG recommendations for CHS running. Point B. Develop enhanced procedures to ensure that CHS information is documented in Delta, including information generated from headquarters-led investigations, substantive contacts with closed CHSs, so now we're talking about Bruce Orr and Christopher Steele, directly or through third parties, and derogatory information. We renew our recommendation that the FBI create a derogatory subfile in Delta. C. Assess VMU's practices regarding reporting sources validation findings and non-findings. There could have been a lot more on VMU than that, but that's my opinion. D. Establish guidance for sharing sensitive information with CHSs, which should be never. E. Establish guidance to handling agents for inquiring whether their CHS participates in the types of groups or activities that would bring the CHS within the definition of a quote-unquote sensitive source, and ensure handling agents document and update as needed those affiliations and any other voluntarily provided to them by the CHS in the source opening communications, the quote-unquote sensitive categories portion of each CHS's quarterly supervisory source report, the quote-unquote life changes portion of the CHS contact reports, or as otherwise directed by the FBI, so that the FBI can assess whether active CHSs are engaged in activities, such as political campaigns, at a level that might require redesignation as a sensitive source or necessitate closure of the CHS, and F, revise its CHS policy to address the considerations that should be taken into account and the steps that should be followed before and after accepting information from a closed CHS indirectly through a third party. Let's read that last one again, because I'm not comfortable with it, and I want to see if you guys feel the same way. Okay, F, and again, this is the OIG recommendation to the FBI. Revise the FBI's CHS policy to address the considerations that should be taken into account and the steps that should be followed before and after accepting information from a closed CHS indirectly through a third party. And again, this is a direct reference to Bruce Orr acting as a conduit between Steele and the FBI, passing along dossier information in drips and drabs and other reporting. Again, they're leaving open the ability of the FBI to do that, to go around FBI protocol about dealing with a closed source and allowing a third party to provide information from that closed source, and again, thereby skirting the rules, skirting the protocol. And the OIG is saying, you guys need to review your policy about this. Instead of saying, you guys need to stop doing this because it breaks your rules. I mean, I know I refer to Horowitz as doing these investigations with oven mitts on, but this is more like dressing up as a furry. Pardon the mental image that I just put in all of your heads. I don't get it. I don't get it. And I'm not quoting from Big. I mean, seriously, I don't get it. All right, here's the FBI's response. The FBI fully accepts these recommendations. I'm sorry. The FBI fully accepts these recommendations, is what it says. Should be recommendations. And is taking the following actions, which also include improvements separately identified in the OIG's parallel review of CHS validation or by the FBI's own analysis. 1. Creating a new admonishment to sources relating to the confidential nature of the FBI-CHS relationship. 2. Adopting additional admonishments as necessary to manage the FBI's relationship with the spy and to improve the FBI's ability to identify when the spy's status has changed or should be reevaluated. 3. Creating a new subfile which will supplement the existing validation subfile created in 2013, specifically dedicated to holding certain information, including derogatory information, necessary for consideration when spy-originated information is relied on. That's one of the good ones. I actually find that reassuring. Let's see. 4. Creating a mandatory checklist for spy handlers so that instances where spy-originated information is used in legal process, relevant information from the new subfile is properly disclosed to the attorneys relying on such spy-originated information. That looks like another way to propagate garbage in, garbage out, in my opinion. 5. Adding new documentation requirements to ensure that spy-originated information and contact with the spy is captured in the correct FBI record-keeping system or systems, even when it occurs in an atypical circumstance or as part of a separate investigation. Atypical circumstance. What the hell does that mean? 6. Updating and modifying the Validation Management Unit's current practices regarding reporting source validation findings and non-findings to ensure all relevant information is shared with FBI and DOJ personnel. 7. Modifying policy and clarifying guidance for both new and long-term CA spies with a focus on source validation. 8. Revising the policy related to potentially higher-risk spies to enhance the scrutiny of those spies, including periodic reevaluation for potential closure of the spy. 9. Establishing guidance and mandatory training for FBI personnel on sharing sensitive information or classified information with spies. How about you just tell them not to do it? No, if we put them all in a class, shake our finger, or wag, our finger at them, and tell them that's not the way to do it, here's the right way to do it, they'll always do it the right way after that. That's what Christopher Wray is saying. Makes no sense. And that, I think, as King James puts it so nicely, that was done on purpose. They want you to be confused. That's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. 10. Expanding the definition of a sensitive source that requires additional approval, scrutiny, and oversight to include CHSs who may have access to certain categories of individuals, such as national-level campaign staff, or who report on subjects in a SIM investigation. 11. Revising policy and adding guidance for handling agents so they know when to ask a spy about participation in the types of groups or activities that would bring the spy within the newly expanded definition of a sensitive source or require their closure. 12. Requiring agents to update the designation of the CHS, the spy, to a sensitive spy if, over the course of the spy's relationship with the FBI, the spy's position or access changes, triggering a need for additional approvals and oversight. 13. Clarifying documentation and updating requirements related to a spy's status. 14. Clarifying and enhancing guidance on how to respond in the situation where a spy acting independently and not in response to an FBI tasking provides information about a sensitive target or information or operation. And there it is again. Clarifying and enhancing guidance. What that should say is no longer accepting information from a spy not tasked with that particular act who gives information about a sensitive target or information. Just say no. This was not your tasking. This information is not supposed to be passed on to us. We will not accept it, and you will not do this again. What the hell is clarifying and enhancing guidance? Just put no. Good Lord. 15. Revising policy to establish the requirements and procedures for receiving information from a closed source, whether directly or through a third party, and the necessary approvals and processes to permit or preclude acceptance of such information. So there it is again. They're saying they don't have a problem with getting information from a closed source through a third party. That they would allow it to happen, or perhaps not. But they're open to it. Again, completely going around the rules of how to handle a closed source that are already on the books. It's almost like Ray never read this report. What do you think? Am I wrong? Okay. This is, we're back to recommendations from the OIG. This is recommendation 5. The Department and FBI should clarify the following terms in their policies. A. Assess the definition of a sensitive monitoring circumstance in the AG guidelines and the FBI's DIOG to determine whether to expand its scope to include secretly recording domestic political candidates or an individual prominent within a domestic political organization or a subset of these persons, so that secret recordings of such individuals would require consultation with or advance notification to a senior department official, such as the Deputy Attorney General. And again, if the DIG's in the bag with the coup cabal, what's that going to fix? B. Establish guidance and include examples in the DIOG to better define the meaning of the phrase, quote, prominent in a domestic political organization, close quote, so that agents understand which campaign officials fall within that definition as it relates to sensitive investigative matters, sensitive UDP, and the designation of sensitive sources, and all those were in quotes. Further, if the department expands the scope of sensitive monitoring circumstance, as recommended above, the FBI should apply the guidance on prominent in a domestic political organization to sensitive monitoring circumstances as well, and those last two were in quotes. The FBI's response. The FBI fully accept these these recommendations. So they're cut and pasting their mistakes. Okay, it fully accepts these recommendations and is taking the following actions. 1. Assessing in consultation with the DOJ the current definition of a sensitive monitoring circumstance and determining whether to expand the definition. 2. Identifying in consultation with the DOJ the appropriate level of coordination for a sensitive monitoring circumstance. 3. Establishing guidance and, to the extent necessary, adding or modifying the DIOG, including by introducing examples to better define and explain the phrase, quote, prominent in a domestic political organization, close quote. 4. Making any further changes to FBI policy that are required upon an expansion of the definition of a sensitive monitoring circumstance. And 5. Ensuring that training and guidance are enhanced and provided to FBI personnel pursuant to any revised or expanded definitions. I'll be honest, none of that made sense to me. I was on autopilot as I was reading it. I completely glazed over. I hope I wasn't so flat in the reading that it detracted from it. But my brain went, this is not important. Just read it and don't pay attention to it. Okay, recommendation 6 by the DIOG. By the OIG. The FBI should ensure that appropriate training on DIOG Section 4 is provided to emphasize the constitutional implications of certain monitoring situations and to ensure that agents account for these concerns both in the tasking of spies and in the way they document interactions with and tasking of spies. The FBI fully accepts this recommendation. Well, at least they got it right that time. It was just one. And is taking the following actions. 1. Establishing and providing at least semi-annual mandatory training for all relevant personnel on spy handling, source sensitivities, and other source-related topics, such as the constitutional implications of certain monitoring situations. Well, sure, they'll know what the implications are. They just won't change their method of their MO when it comes to blowing away the Constitution. That's me being cynical, of course. Continuing, and this is the FBI's response. Part of this training will include discussion of the constitutional implications of certain monitoring situations how to approach these considerations, and how to document situations where core constitutional issues, such as First Amendment activity, may be present. And 2, instituting regular and mandatory continuing legal training for FBI personnel at all levels and in all investigative roles, in addition to already existing legal and ethics training, to make sure that FBI personnel fully understand and apply their obligations as required by policy and law, including an emphasis on privacy and civil liberties. Dude, we're talking about FISA warrants. FISA warrants are the exact opposite of maintaining a person's privacy and civil liberties. They are antithetical to privacy and civil liberties. Does this mean you're going to train FISA out of the FBI? I don't think so. I wish I had glazed over when I read that one. Okay, this is OIG Recommendation 7. The FBI should establish a policy regarding the use of defensive and transition briefings for investigative purposes, including the factors to be considered and approval by senior leaders at the FBI with notice to a senior department official, such as the Deputy Attorney General. Again, if the Deputy Attorney General's in the bag against the people you're investigating, what does it matter? In fact, the way this reads, the FBI will, with notice to a senior department official, such as the Deputy Attorney General, they're leaving it open for you to choose which senior DOJ official you'll communicate with. So they can pick and choose. I mean, man, freaking Horowitz. Okay, the FBI's response. The FBI fully accepts this recommendation and is taking the following actions. 1. Instituting a policy that the FBI's counterintelligence and security portion of the ODNI-led strategic intelligence briefings, also known as transition briefings, are solely intended to provide candidates and elected officials with relevant intelligence and threat awareness, and thus FBI briefers will not be associated with any ongoing FBI investigation related to any reasonably foreseeable attendee at the strategic intelligence briefing, will be selected based on their knowledge of the threat or threats to be briefed, and to the extent feasible, the same team of briefers will be used for all recipients of a particular strategic intelligence briefing. Finally, a definitive step. A definitive step. Ray is saying we won't do that again. Horowitz left it open to interpretation, but Ray is putting his foot down and saying we won't do that again. Finally, a concrete step. And 2, in the same response, continuing to refine the FBI's newly implemented review process for malign foreign influence defensive briefings, and in particular briefings to legislative and executive branch officials. This will encompass actions taken after receipt of specific threat information that identifies malign foreign influence operations, that is, foreign operations that are subversive, undeclared, coercive, or criminal, including convening the FBI's Foreign Influence Defensive Briefing Board, or FIDBB, to evaluate whether and how to provide defensive briefings to affected parties. Okay, 1 step forward, 5 steps back. Now Ray is saying that the defensive briefings are possibly going to leave out or not be included at all to affected parties. To evaluate, as it says right here, to evaluate whether, and how to provide defensive briefings to affected parties. So it's just like what they did to Trump. We may not tell them that there are foreign influences in their campaign or in their legislative office. We have the option to not tell them, just like we did with Trump. But we do have the option to tell the other party what's going on. And I'm sure you all know this already, but I have to reiterate, Dianne Feinstein had a suspected Chinese spy who was her driver for 10 years. Did the FBI set up surveillance of this guy? Did the FBI bug Feinstein's car to see if the spy was pumping her for information, or that she was delivering classified information unknowingly to a Chinese spy? No. They took Feinstein aside and said, hey, your driver may be a Chinese spy. And then Feinstein fired him. No legal action was taken against this guy. He was a suspected spy. And instead of investigating him fully without Feinstein's knowledge of what was going on, they told her, and she fired him. Yet Trump was not told anything about suspected Russian influence in his campaign. They had no proof that there was any at all. No proof. But they didn't tell Trump anything. And this says right here that we will evaluate whether and how to provide defensive briefings to affected parties. To determine whether notification is warranted and appropriate in each case, the FIDBB uses consistent, standardized criteria guided by principles that include, for example, the protection of sources and methods and the integrity and independence of ongoing criminal investigations and prosecutions. In other words, we reserve the right to not tell people a damn thing, just like we did with Trump. There is no standard criteria listed here for defensive briefings. The only thing in this section is that the transition briefings are solely intended to provide candidates and elected officials with intelligence and threat awareness. Thus, the FBI briefers will not be associated with any ongoing FBI investigations related to any reasonable, foreseeable attendee at the strategic intelligence briefing. So what that's saying is that, I didn't even read that before properly, what that's saying is that if someone you're spying on, or that you have an inkling that they are committing an illegal act as part of the campaign, if they show up and you didn't foresee their showing up, you're allowed to do the same thing that they did to General Flynn and Trump with Joe Piecka, Peter Strzok's hatchet man. You're allowed to use that briefing as an intelligence gathering opportunity. Just because that person shows up and you didn't foresee that they would show up. Has anyone heard anything that I've just read or read along with me? I should have blown this up. That is really small type. I didn't think of it until just now. I think we're almost done, but I'll do it for the next page. I'll do it for this page right now. I should have done it previously. There we go. Has anyone heard anything in this give and take between the OIG and the FBI, between Horowitz and Christopher Wray, let's be specific, that gives you the feeling that the FBI is taking concrete steps towards ensuring that they will have properly trained agents with no bias, unable to cut corners, and provide incomplete information by lying to superiors about what you have and what you don't have in order to get a FISA warrant for political purposes. Again, maybe I'm being too cynical. Maybe there's stuff in there that King James, nothing. Next time we will not get caught. That's it. That's it. You summed up what I'm babbling about in what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 words. There it is. Once again, the chat is way ahead of me. Let's see. Did I read 2? I read part of it. To affected parties. Okay, we're right here. Again, this is the FBI's response. To determine whether notification is warranted and appropriate in each case, the FIDBB uses consistent, standardized criteria guided by principles that include, for example, the protection of sources and methods and the integrity and independence of ongoing criminal investigations and prosecutions. There it is again. It's Trump all over again. If Trump's running for president again, I mean, when Trump is running for president again, he is right now, when the general election season starts, and if the FBI feels that there is criminal activity going on, if the FBI feels that briefing Trump on that activity or suspected activity, in this case it wasn't, in the previous case it was all made up, but if the FBI feels they need to protect sources and methods and the integrity and independence of ongoing criminal investigations and prosecutions, at least there were no prosecutions this time around against Page. Everybody else got prosecuted in a completely immoral fashion, except maybe for Manafort. But it's saying they could do it again. That it's up to their judgment whether or not to tell the person that you're giving the briefing to about possible rot inside their organization. I can't even. I hate that phrase, but it's all I can think of right now. I can't even. Okay. OIG's recommendation 8. The Department's Office of Professional Responsibility should review our findings related to the conduct of Department Attorney Bruce Orr for any action it deems appropriate. Orr's supervisors in the department's criminal division should also review our findings related to Orr's performance for any action they deem appropriate. Now, this part here I anticipated while reading the OIG recommendation. This is just a no-brainer. This is a response. This recommendation is directed to the DOJ, thus the FBI is taking the following action. With regards to Mr. Orr, an employee of the DOJ, the FBI respectfully defers to the DOJ for addressing the OIG's recommendation. Why the OIG put that in their recommendations to the FBI, I'll chalk it up to negligence and stupidity. It was, as the FBI responded, they have nothing to do with Bruce Orr as far as disciplinary action goes. So why the hell was that even in there? Okay, OIG recommendation number 9. The FBI should review the performance of all employees who had responsibility for the preparation, Woods review, or approval of the FISA applications, as well as the managers, supervisors, and senior officials in the chain of command of the Carter Page investigation, and take any action deemed appropriate. FBI's response. The FBI fully accepts this recommendation and is taking the following action. Recognizing that many of the individuals involved in this matter are no longer with the FBI, undertaking the review of FBI personnel and taking actions as we are undertaking the review of FBI personnel and taking actions as appropriate. Okay, that's straightforward. It's the first straightforward thing I've read in this entire document, so left me stuck for words for a second. And that, I promise, is the end of that. There are no more pages to read. That is the end of the document, for sure. I know I misled you before, and that was my fault, but now we are done. And that, folks, is the OIG Bruce Orr review of 4 FISA applications and other aspects of the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane investigation. Thank you, King James. Thank you, Laura. Couldn't have done it without you guys. Couldn't have done it. It would have been a quarter of the worth that you guys made it. So it was a group effort, and you all are welcome, and I thank you as well. So, if any of you have any recommendations for things I left out that you would like addressed, if you have counter arguments to anything I've said or anything in the document itself, peruse at your leisure. You're more than welcome to put them in the comments. I would respectfully ask that if you are referencing something in a particular chapter, you put that response in that chapter's video. And again, I see every comment. I read every comment, so it won't get past me. But King James asks probably the most pertinent question: why did it take so long to produce this crap? It was just a stall. I feel, King James, the reason it was so long, so bigly delayed, if I may quote President Trump, is the fact that there were so many bad actors involved in this process whose actions were specifically called out by Horowitz, that the requirement that anyone named in this document has the right to provide rebuttal commentary to the DIOG and request redactions, corrections, etc. There were so many people involved that that's what took it so long. I don't think the intelligence requests, like never naming Alexander Downer, or only referring to Australia as a friendly foreign government, things like that, I don't think that took any time at all. As you can see, the only really, really big redactions were either references to Steele's former employer, MI6, and his former roles at MI6, both as a spy in Russia and as the head of the Russian desk. Those were the only. Oh, I'm sorry, and the redactions about physical searches of Carter Page's property. Those are the only consistent redactions, and they wouldn't have taken long at all. So another what's what I'm looking for? Another capitation of the Iranian leaders. This is one of the greatest weekends in all history, including yesterday. This is amazing. It's like Trump said, he's not starting a war, he's preventing one. And he's doing it by completely decapitating the Iranian leadership. They have no one, I shouldn't say no one left, but they have fewer and fewer people left who can run any kind of a battle. And again, I think General Flynn is advising Trump under the table on how to best use the intelligence community to have identified all of these people, all these, pardon the language, bastards, and cutting them off at the knees, almost literally. And he's taking away the Iranian ability to wage any kind of conflict against the United States, against any Middle Eastern country. It was my thought after the first Reaper attack on Soleimani that the Iranians were going to launch more missiles at Saudi Arabian crude facilities. I think someone made the comment and echoed what I was thinking, that the Iranians were going to be looking for soft targets, something that they could create a disturbance with by hitting it, but would not necessarily require a direct response. But Trump's made sure they don't have the people to make those decisions. They're losing more and more ground commanders. So that goes to show you that our intelligence community in the sandbox is on top of their game and is doing yeoman's work in tracking these people. I remember we've got drones up all over the place, but it takes humans to collate and interpret that data. So without those eyes, we would be blind. We would just be using technology for no reason. So this is a concentrated and concerted effort. And I have never been more proud of the intelligence community. This is really their renaissance. This completely rehabilitates at least that sector of the intelligence community, in my opinion. They are back in the fold. This is great. This is great. I feel giddy. I feel absolutely giddy about what we're doing. Ray, the message he's sending to Iran is, if your people pop their heads out of a hole, we're going to cut it off. That's the message. So remember, these commanders, like Soleimani, are riding around in the open. They feel they can act with absolute impunity because they're part of the IRCG. They consider themselves to be the greatest fighting force in the world. Well, no. No. You're not. And we've just shown you why you're not. You don't have the power, the might, the resources, and the will of the American people, and also every other country that we're in concert with in the Middle East. I don't want to make it sound like this is purely an American effort. Obviously, we're getting help with intelligence from everybody else in the Middle East. Now, are we getting help from European people in the Middle East? Probably not. Maybe Great Britain. Maybe Great Britain. That would be about it. I mean, France and Germany, and England for that matter, can't even keep their own people safe in their own countries. So their intelligence out in the field probably isn't all that good. But perhaps we're getting a gem here and there. Now, I will say one thing to all of those Democrats and media jerks who called the assault on the Baghdad U.S. Embassy Trump's Benghazi. You still think that? You still think that? Compared to what Obama did with Benghazi, what Secretary Clinton did with Benghazi, they left those people to die. If it hadn't been for a mutiny at the CIA annex a mile away, we wouldn't have lost 4 people, 3 embassy people, including Ambassador Stevens and one of those guys from the CIA annex. We would have lost 15 people. 16 people, excuse me. Because we rescued the CIA annex staff, the CIA guys who know how to use weapons and use them to great effect against a much larger force. Those guys saved a dozen people from that at that embassy from being torn to shreds or burning to death, or both, after they had been told by their chief at the annex to stand down 3 separate times. And that chief wasn't making up those orders on his own. Those were coming from on high, at least at the level of Hillary Clinton, if not Obama himself. They took it upon themselves to attack a much larger force and save embassy personnel. And they could have been arrested and tried and convicted of insubordination, at least, for what they did. And Obama took 0 action against the Libyan government. He took 0 action against any of the people who coordinated that attack. Instead, he, Susan Rice, and Hillary Clinton lied to the faces of the families of the dead, lied to Congress, and hid all of the information about it as long as they could. And when Secretary Clinton testified in front of the Senate, who was trying to get to the bottom of what happened, I can remember 2 of her responses. One, which she repeated over and over again, which was, "I'm sorry, Senator, I do not recall." I mean, that was a meme before there were memes. And the other one was where she said, "Ambassador Stevens was always joking." As if 3 separate requests for extra security at the embassy were jokes. And that woman was almost elected president. That election was a lot closer than the Electoral College made it out to be. This is the rot in the Democrat Party. It is pervasive, and it is malign. You guys are doing great. Just everything you're saying in there is nailed. King James, I'm so sorry that this needs to be said, but it deserves to be read aloud. Trudeau let 3 million new immigrants into Canada in the past 4 years. Many were not vetted. Many came from Syria and Middle East and are ex-soldiers. Absolutely. Absolutely. Unchecked immigration is a cancer. It has ruined Europe. Europe is no longer Europe. Europe is, as HB would put it, a soft caliphate. You go to London, there are no more Londoners. It is a hodgepodge of Muslims, some native Britons, yet, I should say, sorry. If I saw a man on the street interview sometime, maybe a year or 2 years ago, with Englishmen and women on the streets of London. And they were asked, what makes a person English? And I would expect an answer like loyalty to the Queen, tea time, a pint of bitter at the pub, something like that. All of them said, I don't know. All of them. Britain has lost its identity as Britain. In London. In the Highlands, in the Midlands, and in the North, they're still holding on to their heritage. But in the South, Southeast, England is dead. Manchester, England is dead. Rotherham, English is dead. England is dead. It brings tears to my eyes to say that, but it's true. England has given away its identity, almost. And King James, you read my mind. I swear, I was just about to bring that up, but you beat me to it, and you couldn't be more right. That is why Brexit happened. Absolutely. You look at who voted for Brexit. It was people in the Midlands and the North who usually don't vote at all. But they saw what had been done to their country by unfettered and unvetted immigrants forced upon them by the EU, and they said enough is enough. We want our borders back. And they overwhelmingly came out to vote. More people voted in the Brexit referendum than ever voted in any item put before the British public for a vote before. They overwhelmed the system with votes, and they won. And the British government, what did it do? It fought tooth and nail to prevent the people's voice from being heard. Theresa May, in particular, I don't know why they made her PM. She was a Remainer from the start. Somehow, the Tory party thought she would be a good choice, and she thumbed her nose at the British people. That's enraging to me, that to not follow a plebiscite as overwhelming as Brexit was. drag it out for 3 years, 3.5 years. Thank God the British people were finally able to speak, and I give Boris Johnson and Nigel Farage all the credit in the world. They combined forces. There was no rivalry. They had one goal, and they came together, and they made it happen. They made Boris Johnson PM, and they swept the remainders out of Parliament. That is a testament to the will of the British people. God bless them. God bless every one of them. King James also makes a great point. What about Germany? The right is rising up and they want to throw out the Arabs, 5 years max. That is a very good point that needs to be made and needs to be made loudly. The reaction to people like Merkel and Macron is vehement. And unfortunately, the kind of excesses and disregard for the well-being of your core citizens has created an overreaction in some small parts of political parties. And again, the far left creates the far right. That is just a matter of fact. And the far right in Germany is being thwarted by every opportunity by Merkel's police state. They're tapping their phones. They're monitoring their communications electronically. And they are doing their best to throw all of them in jail. And that just creates more animosity, more rancor, more enmity, and the rise of even more radical right, or the more radical right. And you know what comes with that is anti-Semitism. The desire to throw out Muslims is not that far removed from a desire to throw out Jews. It's a sick, sick thing, but it's true. Poland has how many hundreds of immigrants? Maybe? But it's not an easy place to be a Jew. Hungary, pretty much the same thing. They've population from being overrun, but they're also pointing the finger at people who they distrust for no reason than that's the way it's always been done. Europe has never been friendly to the Jews. Neither is Eastern Europe. And it's happening again. In France, Jews were told, especially in Paris, don't wear a yarmulke, don't wear a Star of David. You'll probably be attacked. And so what does the American left do? They attack Israel. The only safe haven for Jews in the world. And even then it's not that safe because you've got freaking Hamas and the whatever used to be the PLO running Beirut and aiming hundreds of thousands of rockets at Israel. That was another thing I expected after the Soleimani death. I expected a volley of rockets out of Beirut into Israel, which would, of course, led to the Israelis doing air attacks on Beirut. And probably, I mean, rightly so, but the Arabs would have seen that as a violation, and the new intifada would have started. Now Israel has the wall, So the Intifada it's pretty much going to be stopped at the border, except for things that can go over the wall, like rockets and fire kites. So yeah, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. But the fact that I have to go on this tangent. The fact that the Democrat Party last year, when implored by the Republicans to disavow the anti-Semitic statements by Omar and Tlaib, turned that into a resolution condemning all forms of hate and listing anti-Semitism near the bottom of the list. They can't even call out the most radical and hate-filled comments from their members in a resolution. They have to pretend they never did it. And they continue to run cover for them. King James asked a brilliant question. Is it right that illegals have more rights and financial support than poor U.S. citizens? I won't say they have more support, except, let me take that back. Actually, they do have more support. They do. Because look at the things that have been created specifically because of illegal aliens. Spanish is taught in almost every school, not because, even though it would be a leg up for any of those students to be able to speak Spanish, the reason it is a leg up is because we've been invaded by Spanish speakers. I mean, if you remember the Politicon debate between Ann Coulter, who I've lost a lot of respect for, and what's her name from the TYT, Anna Kasparian, Coulter was talking about how you can't get a job at McDonald's in California and in some other places in other major cities in the U.S. unless you speak Spanish. And that monolinguist Spanish speakers are given priority over minorities who don't speak Spanish. That was Coulter saying that. And Anna Kasparian's response was, this is a quote, I'll never forget this. This is a quote. Then they should pull themselves up by their bootstraps and learn Spanish. She said that. She said that. How progressive. How progressive to stand up for the rights of minorities who are being prevented from taking entry-level jobs because they don't speak a second language. What public school in an inner city teaches Spanish to any degree of accuracy that a graduate from that school can speak it well enough to take an order in Spanish at Burger King or McDonald's? They can't even get them to be able to read and write beyond a 6th grade level. And they're supposed to learn Spanish in these schools? Maybe in charter schools, but the Democrats block charter schools at every opportunity. Elizabeth Warren said so, openly, that if she were president, there'd be no charter schools. Or was it Castro? One of those asshole sorry, kids' language. One of those Democrat candidates, and they're all in lockstep with each other, so it's not like one said it and the others didn't. They're against charter schools. Why? Because they're in the pockets of the teachers' unions. Now remember, all of these candidates, Warren, Sanders, who else? Booker. They're saying they're taking only grassroots money. Bull. They are getting PAC money from teachers' unions and Planned Parenthood just like they always have. They're just hiding it in their packs. Come Super Tuesday, the advertising that they'll do before those primaries, that PAC money is going to be flowing through the Democrat hands. Castro did drop out, Ray. You're right. I'm thinking that maybe he said that before he dropped out. But yeah, it's a great day when Julian Castro is no longer in the race for any public office. I don't remember him doing a damn thing as HUD secretary. Not a damn thing. But, so yeah, there's that. Well, what have I been on my soapbox now? For about an hour? I'm I'm stealing your guys' lives away from you. I'll take a couple more comments in the chat if you want to hear my views on something. If you want to leave, then just give me a 1, and I'll stop. I'll cut the stream, and you guys can have your Saturday back. So give me a 1 if you want to cut it, and if I don't see a 1, then we'll keep going for a while. It's up to you. That's kind of you, King James. That's kind of you. Thank you. But I've maybe not to you, but to me, I've been rambling for quite some time. And I only promised you that we would finish the FISA report, not that I would give you my thoughts on Brexit, the far right in Europe, and the Democrat race for president in the United States. But so we've got a lot on the table. We were talking about Laura brought up the new drone. I don't know if it was a drone strike or what, but we wiped out another group of commanders from Iran. That's always a day to celebrate. I would not be surprised if, in one way or another, Trump somehow made this last couple of days into some kind of an American celebration for our military and for our intelligence community and the State Department. I'm not leaving out Pompeo. He's been as integral in this process as the other two. But I wouldn't be surprised if somehow this became a day of commemoration. I certainly would vote for it. And it's a perfect contrast to what that's that King James, once again, you are too kind. You are too kind. But I'm glad you're here. That's for sure. I'm very glad you're here. You've been a really, really great addition to the group, and it makes me proud that you spend your time with us. But where was I? State Department, Pompeo. Oh yeah. The contrast between what's happening now and what happened under the Obama administration. Because remember, Trump is the one who's soft on Russia. Trump is the one who won the election by cheating with Russian help. Meanwhile, Obama tells Medvedev to tell Putin that Obama will have more flexibility after he's reelected. Obama did nothing when the Russians annexed Crimea and started killing Ukrainians. What was it with Iran? He turned a blind eye and told the DEA to stand down after they uncovered a massive drug smuggling ring that was pouring money into Hamas, an Iranian entity. There was one other thing. Iran did something another thing that we turned a blind eye to. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Oh, the IEDs. There went your eardrums. I'm sorry. But the IEDs. We knew that Soleimani specifically had designed or helped design and was supplying Iraqi irregulars, resistance troops, and Iranian-backed militia with those IEDs to blow up U.S. armored columns. And remember, those were not just, as the Obama administration wanted you to believe, those were not just unexploded ordnance that the Iraqi militia had rigged to be detonated as a U.S. Troop carrier, Humvee, or whatever went by. Those were fitted with shape charges. They were designed specifically to blow a hole through armor. That's why they were so deadly. No matter how much we up-armored those Humvees and those Stryker vehicles, those IEDs were designed to cut through them like butter. And like the news has been reporting, well, not the media, the mainstream media, the real news has been reporting, it's estimated that over 600 American servicemen and women were killed by those IEDs, and thousands more were wounded. Some lost all their arms and legs. There is one survivor from an IED who is a quad amputee. The only one who's ever... I shouldn't say there are others. He's the only quad amputee ever to survive and make it back home. But there are others who have no legs, one leg, one arm missing. How many others are suffering from PTSD after being involved in such a horrific blast and looking over to your gunner or to your co-driver and seeing nothing but a bloody mess? How do you live with that? How do you come home unaffected by that? You don't. You don't. If you're not getting the right treatment, you lose your sanity, you lose your family, you lose your job, you lose all your money, and you wind up homeless. A wreck on the streets. A neglected veteran as part of the homeless population. And there are many, many neglected veterans who are homeless right now. More than I would care to guess. And Ray gets to where I was going with all this Iran stuff. Remember the head of, what's this guy? The head of, I believe, strategic planning for Obama. The guy who used to be who is a failed novelist and a bus driver for Obama before he was tasked with being one of the chief people in the White House. He was telling the American people at every chance he got that Iran was becoming moderate, that such and such president who had been elected was a moderate and was going to tone down the rhetoric from the mullahs, and Iran was going to become our friend in the Middle East, without telling us the truth that Iran was still shouting death to America, and we were going to send them $150 billion in cash and other currency to make them our friends, along with giving them $400,000 before all that to release hostages. See, America doesn't negotiate with terrorists unless you're Obama, and then you just pay them off. And they sent all that cash to Iran, and Iran immediately sent that cash to Hamas, to the Houthi rebels, to the what's the name of the militia group in Niger that's killing all the Christians? I can't remember their name. Anyway, them and other terrorist hotspots around the world. They're funding bombers in Europe. etc. They're sending firearms for massacres, like at the Paris nightclub, where, what was it, something like 250 people were killed. The Charlie Hebdo massacre. This is all Iranian-backed. And ISIS was involved too. Iran didn't like ISIS, but for not for the same reasons we did. So I should backtrack that a little bit. It wasn't all Iranian-backed, but some of it was. Some of it was. And the Obama administration said, no. They're our friends. They're our friends. So what happens? They scrape all that cash off the tarmac, hand it out, and are still shouting death to America after Obama paid them all that money. And the left will say, we owed them that money. That money was frozen after the hostage crisis in '79. We didn't have any right to that money. To which I say, a foreign government takes hostages after storming an embassy, which is considered U.S. soil, U.S. sovereign land. And you think we owe them that money? That's the left. That's the left. They will apologize for everyone, no matter what they did, if they feel it's in their best interest. They have no sense of morality for the American flag, for the American Constitution, or for basically the American people, unless they do exactly what they want, unless they're sheep to their crook. We owed them that money. Oh my God, when I heard that, I almost threw a brick through the TV. That was beyond the pale. But that's the left. King James, again on top of the game. What the hell was John Kerry doing in Iran 2 years ago, meeting with their president, trying to keep the Obama deal together? Absolutely. Kerry was telling the Iranians, look, Trump is crippled. Trump cannot govern. So the Iran deal will be back on, our deal, will be back on as soon as we remove him from office. And you won't have to wait too long for that to happen. That's what Kerry was telling the Iranians. Just sit tight. Trump will not be in your hair for very long. So, and what does that tell? Oh, that is very close to the is it the Hatch Act? Or is that the one about making political comments and aiding a campaign while you're at your government job? The Logan Act. That's it, the Logan Act. The problem is there is very little case law to justify the Logan Act. It is seen... Am I wrong? Is it not the Logan Act? Like I say, I think the Hatch Act is when you're like Kellyanne Conway. There was a couple times during press interviews where she made what were considered comments supportive of Republicans' campaigns or supportive of the Trump in some political way as opposed to a administrative way. Okay, there we go. Thank you, King James. Yeah, and I think Kellyanne Conway's been rung up on the Hatch Act a couple times, and the left, of course, is screaming for her head. How dare she? It's a civil offense, and it's completely up to the president to decide what, if any, punishment should be allocated to that offense. And I don't know of any administration official who has ever been any more than just verbally reprimanded for Hatch Act violations. But the Logan Act may or may not be constitutional, because what we're dealing with is, as we've been talking about all along with Carter Page and the Russians, we're dealing with freedom of association, freedom of association got tripped up there. And is it illegal for an American citizen to have contact with a foreign government? And the answer is probably no. It's not illegal. It's immoral. It's the opposite of what anyone, in Kerry's instance anyway, it's the opposite of what American policy is. But there's no case law that says it's illegal for him to do it. In fact, it's been bandied about that the Logan Act is unconstitutional on its face. And no one has ever been prosecuted for it, even though it's 200 years old. So it's one of those laws in the books that really doesn't mean anything. Okay, that's it. Yeah, former Secretary of State, exactly. Again, freedom of association. What are you going to do? So everybody, you've been beautiful. This has been a real long road. As I said, I believe we started on December 8th or December 9th. Thank you for being patient with the time off over Christmas and New Year's. To be honest, my voice really needed the rest. It was starting to go. So it worked out great for me, and I hope it worked out well for everybody else. But we're done. And I believe right now that my next project, unless one of you brings something else to my attention that you would like done soon, and again, put it in the comments, and I'll give it every consideration. But if I don't have anything else to do before the hat report, that's very good, Uncle Bobby. The hat report. I needed that laugh. I really needed that laugh. That shook off the doldrums and the despondency of talking about Kerry. Nothing good ever came of that, man. But anyway, what's next? Again, unless there are any better suggestions that I feel I should jump on, is I'm going to read the notes to the American Constitutional Convention of 1778 through 1789. I have all that. Right now it's on my phone, but I can get it to the PC with no trouble whatsoever. And I'll go through that. And I feel that's important because if you look at what the Democrats are doing to the Constitution right now, and have been doing ever since they got liberal judges in the courts, I think the notes on the Constitutional Convention are very important. And I think it would be a great read. It's not going to be an easy read because it is the copy that I have. There's a lot of 1780s syntax and things like that. So it's going to be a bit of a struggle as opposed to the Horowitz report. But I believe it is going to be worth it. So it may not be as smooth as what we're used to, but I see no reason I couldn't get through it. So if anybody has any other suggestions that they would like to see done before that, please let me know in the comments, and I'll give it, again, every due consideration. Other than that, the next thing I see us doing is the, what am I going to say? Oh, the FISA court funding hearing. We're going to be all over that. I heard this from Styx. This is not my idea originally. And if any of you want to talk me out of it, again, put it in the comments. But I am considering covering Super Tuesday and the election returns. I'd have to pick someone who isn't a copyright Nazi. I may tune in to TYT once or twice, just for the comedic effect, as they watch their progressive candidates get slaughtered. Okay, James, an emphatic vote for Super Tuesday. I'm sorry. Is that what you mean, King James? Super Tuesday or the Constitutional Convention? Please if you would be specific, that would help. I never know how delayed the chat is sometimes, so I'm not sure if you're reacting to something I'd already said or something I'm currently saying. So if you could put that in there, I would really appreciate it. But that would, I think Super Tuesday would be a lot of fun. And that's, again, I'll have to pick a non. Oh, absolutely, Uncle Bobby. I understand. So he's doing Super Tuesday too. Okay. That makes perfect sense. I would expect HB to do Super Tuesday. It's it's his it's part of his brand, and I respect him for doing such things. Oh, you don't know yet? Okay, all right. But the Italian scallion, by the way, I hadn't heard that before. I like that a lot. Okay, Super Tuesday then, King James. Okay, great. No, yeah, you wouldn't know anything about what was going on there. That makes perfect sense. You're too far north to get any U.S. stations, even digital ones. Oh, King James HB is another channel. It goes by the full name Hard Bastard. It is a news aggregation channel. HB does pretty good commentary, but he has certain new sensibilities that have driven me away, and I'm going to leave it at that. I no longer find him tolerable. I'm not saying no one else should. I'm not imposing my views on anyone else. So if there's anyone here who, like Uncle Bobbity, who enjoys HB, who is not bothered by things that I find offensive, I do not expect them to be. So again, I'm not putting my sensibilities on anybody else. I'm not judging anybody else. It's how I feel. It's how I've decided to react. But he does have some very strong moments. I will say that. But anyway, that's how I know a couple people in this chat is through HB, who have been kind enough to have dual loyalties, if you will, and spend time here as well. But again, I'm not judging. Anyone who likes HB, fine with me. But anyway, so that's who that is. And so we'll, I have to start scheduling the one fly in the ointment is I have to start scheduling my physical therapy. I'm going to call them Monday and see what kind of arrangements I can make. And if it's too onerous of a schedule for me to be able to do live readings at the normal time, I don't like not doing live readings, but I don't like starting them later than 11 my time, 9 Atlantic time. One Atlantic time, 1 in the afternoon Atlantic time. Then I don't feel it's worth it. It's too short a day. So if I can get my PT scheduled early in the morning, which I would have no problem being able to get up for, I'm waking up at 2:30 every morning, so how could I not get out of bed at 8 o'clock for a 9 o'clock appointment? If I can do that, then I'll start the live reading of the Constitutional Convention pretty soon, and I'll give you fair notice of when I'm going to start. I wouldn't expect anything before week after Monday, just so you know. But I think that's an important project, and I'll get to it. So if I can work out my PT schedule to allow 11 o'clock readings, then we'll do it live. If the PT schedule is too too erratic, then I may have to do it as standalone videos and not with a chat audience. So we'll see. I'll let you know. King James, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for staying up late. Everyone else who's alive in the chat, looks like Ray and Uncle Bobbity. Everyone else has bailed, as I would have. God bless you all. Thank you so much. And God bless everyone who was already in the chat before, and those of you who are watching who couldn't chat live. Your attention to these videos is very much appreciated, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Oh, Deborah, welcome back. Yes, you're welcome, and thank you. Thank you. As I've been saying, you all have blessed me with your presence and your activity, your suggestions, your jokes, your excellent commentary. This channel wouldn't be the same without you. So you'll hear from me when I know what's going on with PT. And again, if everything goes right, expect a week from Monday, I'll start the reading of the Constitutional Convention. And if there's any problems with that, again, I'll do a trailer and let you know. So until next time, be well. God bless. Happy trails. I'll talk to you soon. Bye-bye.
I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something. I hope I learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny days. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something. I hope you learned something from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny from the stormy seas, from the brightest days, from the darkest nights, from the sunny